Yes, people. Hello, everyone, and welcome to continued coverage, that is, of the Women's T20 World Cup 2026. And today, it's an absolute cracker. The final game of the group stage between Australia and India, live from Lord's in London, in England. And this is, of course, going to be the venue where the final will be taking place. And the situation is quite clear. India must beat Australia in order to enter the semi-finals. Otherwise, if they lose today, in lieu of South Africa beating Bangladesh, then South Africa will end up going through, having, of course, beaten India earlier in the group stage. Now, India won the toss and they opted to bat, and they have, of course, made a change with Nandini Sharma going out of the lineup and Kranti Gard coming back in. Australian captain Sophie Molyneux said that if she had the choice, she would have opted to bowl first anyway, so it's worked out well for both teams. I will, of course, give you an update of the lineups, but at this particular point in time, we see the officials walking out onto the field, and I can tell you right now that the umpires are going to be Jacqueline Williams from the West Indies and Namali Perera from Sri Lanka. Sue Redfern from England will be the TV umpire. The reserve umpire will be Salima Imtiaz, who was also the TV umpire when England played New Zealand yesterday. England, of course, convincingly winning by 9 wickets, I should say. And the match referee is Chandra Fritz from South Africa. And we see the teams walking out, so it won't be long before the anthems are going to start. So I'm going to stand up and mute my screen. It is, in fact, anthem time. Jana Gana Mana and Advance Australia Fair, two impressive anthems, wonderfully rendered. Now, I will get to the team lineups, of course. Now, as Sophie Molyneux mentioned at the toss, there was one change with Alana King going out of the attack so that Phoebe Litchfield could come back in. So it will be, of course, Beth Mooney and Georgia Volta open the batting. with Litchfield, of course, coming in at 1 drop, and the veteran/legend Elise Perry coming in at number 4. Ashley Gardner, Georgia Wareham, Annabelle Sutherland, all household names. Nicola Carey, Captain Sophie Molyneux, a surprise choice for captain in my opinion, but probably one made with an eye for the future, a little bit like Amelia Kerr for New Zealand. Lucy Hamilton and Kim Garth will complete the starting lineup. And as far as India are concerned, as Harmanpreet Kaur said, it is Kranti Gard who has come back into the team. So it will be Shefali Verma and vice-captain Smriti Mandana who will open the batting, and we will see them coming out very soon, followed by Yastika Bhatia, and then Jemima Rodrigues, another important player for this team in terms of batting. She will have a big role to play. Captain Kaur, of course, followed by the wicketkeeper Richa Ghosh. Deepti Sharma, who has been one of India's top bowlers in this tournament, and in fact has the best bowling figures in the tournament, with her teammate Sri Chalini Reddy coming in second. Radha Yadav, Kranti Gard coming in instead of Nandini Sharma, of course, and Renika Singh, and that pretty much completes your lineup. Now, I'm just going to make sure that I have another banner ready, and need to make sure that everything is done. Of course, this might be a case of going above and beyond, but as I say before, one of the reasons why I do these banners for all of you is because I don't have the ability, given my screen resolution, to be able to have the have everything sort of printed and sort of with me. So I prepare them for you, and I make sure that I do them to the best of my ability. And we see Verma and Mandana coming out. Mandana, of course, the vice captain and very experienced and proficient left-handed batsman. Sophie Molyneux, the Aussie captain, wearing number 23, like a certain other Aussie captain used to do, Michael Clarke, that is. Also worn by the late, great Shane Warne, Lord rest his soul, who, of course, had a dream of captaining Australia back in the day, but sadly it was never materialised. And, of course, Phoebe Litchfield has been brought back into the team. She will certainly have a role to play. It does look to me as though Australia want to strengthen their batting a little bit. And especially when it comes to chasing, that could very well prove to be quite important. A lot of people have said that when it comes to playing at Lords, you opt to bowl first and then bat second. So it's a brave decision from Harmanpreet Kaur, but probably a little bit risky, one would say. And we're going to see, of course, how that pans out. And it is, of course, the left-handed Mandana who will be batting, the 5th ranked batswoman in the world. Exactly 4,500 T20 international runs to her name, reaching that landmark, of course, in an earlier group stage game. And Shefali Verma, who is in fact ranked 1 below her. She needs another 133 runs to total 3,000 T20 international runs. Unless she scores really big, I don't think she'll get it in this match, but she could still get it in the tournament, provided India make the semis. And it will be Lucy Hamilton to open the bowling. 3 matches, very young, very inexperienced, left arm seamer. So it'll be interesting. She might probably decide to go left arm over the wicket if she's bowling to the left-handed Mandana, and I think that's what she's going to do. We already have 3 people watching, and of course, Hannah will be joining us as well in the middle. So thank you very much indeed for arranging this, Bert, and I can't wait to hear from you. And we will obviously talk about South Africa's game against Bangladesh, which was won by South Africa, but by the skin of their teeth, it has to be said. And of course, the action is underway, and it's the first delivery, left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Mandana, who plays that back to the bowler. Quiet, sedate start, and obviously Sophie Molyneux has a lot of faith in Miss Hamilton. I had a Mrs. Hamilton as my school teacher once. Lovely lady, Lord rest her soul. Second delivery, still over the wicket. And you can see there that that is the line you want to bowl. Cramp the batswoman up for room. do not give her any room to play some shots. It's the typical classic left armer's line from over the wicket. Do not stray from that line. Do not go wide. Do not drift down leg. And you are golden. A strong top order there of Mandana, Varma, and Bhatia. And slightly drifting down leg. And Mandana has no problems playing that all the way to deep backward square leg, but it'll only be for one. And that is going to be a bit of a problem because when it comes to Asian cricket teams, Indian cricket teams, or Pakistani or whatever, I'm going to say this objectively, the running between the wickets is not the best. And that's always going to be a bit of a problem. Other teams have no problems converting that to two instead of being satisfied with one. That isn't really, a means of being critical. It's just a means of being honest. And hopefully that is one area where India can improve in the future. And now it's still left arm over the wicket, but this time to the right-handed Shafali Varma. So what sort of line does she bowl? And that is a fine delivery as well. Played to cover / extra cover. Probably looks like extra cover to me. And that's another dot ball. Sri Lankan Nimali Perera is standing in her 58th T20 International. And of course, the impressive and experienced Jacqueline Williams. This will be her 94th. Could be wrong. 2 balls left, still over the wicket from Lucy Hamilton. And that is nicely guided all the way to backward point. But once again, it'll only be a single. So certainly a circumspect start here from the Indian batswomen. Lucy Hamilton hasn't done too much wrong. So she will obviously be hoping to just keep the line a little bit tight and not let either Verma or Mandana get a very big start. Last delivery of the first over. Ooh, and a fringe cut played there by Mandana to deep backwards. Well, I must apologize for that. I mean, for some reason, I ended up being booted out of StreamYard. I know it's happened to quite a few people, but I wouldn't believe it would happen to me. But all's well that ends well. Here I am. I am back, and I am ready to get this over and done with. And, of course, it'll be very interesting to see if our friend Gulshan Singh joins us, what he will think of the day's proceedings so far. And what he will particularly think of Harmanpreet Kaur's decision to bat first, when conventional wisdom would say that bowling first is the best way to go. Could very well be that India's spinners will have a role to play in the second innings. Once again, we have 2 people joining in live, and hopefully we will have some comments later on. So in advance, thank you all very much indeed. I'm just going to briefly check the table to confirm. At the moment, though, I will tell you that Kim Garth will be bowling the second over. Right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Mandana. And that is a fine line. Going across to the offside. I mean, it's pitching sort of on middle and then going towards off. That is the line you want to bowl. And that's a fine dot ball to start with which to start proceedings. And confirmation, of course, that South Africa won today, but only by the skin of their teeth, and it leaves them with a run rate of 0.633. So for India, the equation is simple. Win or run the risk of going home. And that is a fine shot by Mandana, played sort of across, going towards mid-wicket, and that will reach the deep mid-wicket boundary, and that will be 4. So good start here for the India vice-captain. Now, even if, the equation is simple. India just need to win. They need to win and improve their run rate. And unless they actually thrash Australia today, I do not see them overtaking Australia. So The equation is very simple, and I will not overcomplicate things. D.B. Litchfield there being given the runaround. Third delivery. And once again, the same shot played and the same result. Not very good bowling from Kim Garth, I have to say. Nearly 900 boundaries so far in this tournament. And you can see here that because she sort of pitched a little bit wide of leg, it sort of sat up nicely and enabled Mandana to play her shots. So she's either going to have to change her line or go around the wicket. 2 consecutive boundaries, and that's not a very good start. And that is the better line. As I said, pitch it on middle, take it towards off. That's the best thing you could do. If you're right-handed and you're bowling to a left-handed batsman or batswoman, take it across. And yes, I was right first time. Her 94th T20 International. Very soon she will hit the 100 mark. Definitely a landmark worth respecting. 2 deliveries to go. Still right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Mandana. And once again, that's the line you want to bowl. All she can do is guide that to the backward point fielder. So that's a good recovery after conceding 2 consecutive boundaries. Still in the power play. The 2 fielders outside the 25 yards. Last ball of the over. And that's a poor delivery, but it goes unpunished because there is, of course, a short fine leg there for Smriti to sort of play that shot. She doesn't get any runs out of that. So 2 boundaries, 4 dot balls, and India a little bit comfortable. Still need to really start accelerating, but 11 after 2 overs, no wickets. I think they're okay. The only question is now, who's going to bowl? Will it be Lucy Hamilton to continue, or will Molyneux try something a little bit different? It is still Hamilton. Left arm over the wicket to the right-handed Verma. And very expansive sort of drive, so to speak, but that finds the fielder at backward points. That'll be a single. And this time, it's still over the wicket to the left-handed Mandana, and that is the line you want to bowl. That is the line you want to bowl. Either attack the offside or keep it straight. Do not drift down leg. And we see some of the South African players relaxing in the Lord's Pavilion. They, of course, had a game earlier today where they beat Bangladesh to ensure that they'd finish on 8 points. But I'll tell you what, it was by the skin of their teeth. 4 balls remaining. And they struggled in the chase, really, trying to chase 118 in the 20 overs. And the fact that they ended up being taken to the last over means that their run rate has not improved. But for India, if they lose, then it all becomes academic anyway. 2 dot balls so far. It's a wonderful little contest brewing here between the left-arm seamer and the left-handed batsman. And that is a fine shot by Mandana, and that goes all the way to the square leg boundary for 4. Could very well be that Hamilton just dropped a little bit short. Yeah, slightly short, and probably not that much footwork in the shot that Mandana played, but that's a shot that she does play quite frequently, and I think she's probably in better control and better knowledge of that than I could ever be. And I happen to be a left-handed batsman myself. 2 balls to go. What does Lucy do? She bowls a dot ball. Mandana playing that down to extra cover. As I said, it was a brave decision. Yeah, so we actually do have the scorecard from the earlier game today. Anne-Marie Dirksen top scoring with 45 as South Africa made heavy weather of that chase. Mostari top scoring with 42 as Bangladesh could only make 117. And that is a fine delivery to end the over. A sort of a waft and a miss there from Mandana. You always want to make sure that you maintain that line as a fast bowler. You keep the line, you avoid too much trouble. 16 for naught after 3 overs. In fact, I actually am going to have a recap of the game myself. And yes, Bangladesh women against South Africa women. And we do actually have the scorecard, of course. Basically, Bangladesh getting off to a dreadful start, losing Ferdous's first ball to Mariazan Cap, but then Neha not lasting long afterwards. But Mostari, Akhtar, and Captain Sultana providing some needed stability in the middle order with some good knocks. Not quite enough, though, because they only got 117 for 5. And we see a bowling change with Ashley Gardner coming in, replacing Kim Garth. And her first ball to Shafali Varma, right arm over the wicket, is dispatched to long off for 4. Standing strong and using that long handle perfectly is Shafali Varma. So how does the experienced Gardner respond? That's a good line, but that's played all the way down to mid-on. That'll be a single. Not too sure what Molyneux was trying to do there. Maybe hoping to attack with spin. And we're seeing, of course, highlights from Shafali Varma's knock of 55 against the Netherlands. Very much an offside player, but if you give her some room on the onside, she will punish you as well. No real outstanding bowlers, but they were very economical. Lava took 2 wickets, but that's it. And Gardner going round the wicket to the left-handed Smriti Mandana and bowling a dot ball. Mandana not really able to get that away. In reply, though, Laura Bulvart ended up losing her wicket first ball. And Mandana is able to guide that past extra cover all the way to, you could say, mid-off or deep extra cover for a single. So that brings Shafali Varma back on strike. And so does Gardner stay round the wicket or does she? No, she goes back over the wicket. And she's going to have to make sure she gets the line right, which she doesn't do. And that is wonderfully picked by Shafali Varma. And that goes over long off for another 6. And this is probably the best over that India have had so far in terms of runs scored. 12 from it so far. A 4, a single, a dot ball, a single, and a huge 6 there. And I think Sophie Molyneux's gamble with Ashley Gardner hasn't quite worked. You need to make sure that you bowl the right line and not in the slot. But having said that, Varma is a fine player spin. Last delivery. And that is guided all the way down to mid-on for a single. 13 off the over, and that is a fine over as far as India are concerned. That over, of course, takes their run rate from below 6 to above 7. 7.25 to be exact. And of course, as I mentioned, South Africa also lost a wicket on the first ball. Their captain, Laura Bulvart, was bowled by an absolute jaffa from Marufa Akhtar, but that was the only wicket she went on to take. And then Brits and Dirksen stabilised things a little bit. Some important contributions from Cap and de Klerk, but they did lose wickets at regular intervals, including a needless run out of Mariazan Cap. And it had to take Chloe Tryon and Sinalo Jafta, the wicketkeeper, to sort of eventually drag South Africa kicking and screaming over the line. But it's academic because what's the most important thing is South Africa got their 2 points, which puts them in pole position to make the semi-finals unless India can pull off an absolute shocker here. Elise Perry coming into the attack, medium pace over the wicket, bowling to the right-handed Varma. And Varma sort of taps that over to the, you could say, short third man. I'm not too sure that the slip would be the right terminology in this case. Still in the power play, so there's always a big chance for runs, especially if Varma can find an edge behind the wicketkeeper. Once again, right arm over the wicket, and that will be called a wide down leg. Easy decision, really. And this lady, Perry, has been through the wars about 15, 16 years, and played more than her fair share of games over the years. You wonder how long she has left. Second delivery of the over. And that is a fine delivery, which goes straight through to the wicketkeeper, Mooney. Fair to say that Varma wasn't willing to try and nibble at that. Consistent seam position. Sort of a strong arm action with regard to the her bowling. I think she does probably use a lot of upper arm and maybe some shoulder in that. It's been effective over the years. Third delivery of the over. And pretty poor stuff there, but that's only going to result in single. Shefali Varma guiding that down to deep backward square leg for a single. There was a bit of controversy there with the arm looking a bit bent. It's almost round armish, I would say. She does straighten it at the high point of delivery, but she's always going to be at risk of being no-balled by umpires who would accuse her of bending the arm. And now she goes round the wicket to the left-handed Mandana, and not the best of shots. And with Lucy Hamilton there at short, fine leg, doesn't get anything out. So a rather sedate start in comparison for Mandana. And of course, you see that Perry has the second most wickets for Australian T20 internationals, 21 behind a certain Megan Schutt, who I don't know if she's in the squad. And that is guided all the way down to a square leg, and that will be a boundary. So an almost loose delivery, one would say, from Perry. Certainly the line wasn't quite right. And Smriti Mandana was able to almost effortlessly guide that, so to speak. Always got to make sure when especially when you're bowling to a left-hander, especially when there's a huge gap between fine leg and short fine leg and square leg, you've got to get the line right. That should be picked up by the deep square leg fielder, and that will only be a single. And at the end of 5 overs, India are 36 for naught, 7.2 runs and over. Of course, more advertisements. Just don't seem to get their timing right where I'm watching. Nice little mug of tea. Tetley, one of England's finest. Of course, I happen to prefer PG tips. Much greater depth of flavour, but you take what you can get. And Kim Garth back as the attack, bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Mandana. She guides that down to deep square leg for another single. And so it's always good when you have a left-right combination, because every time you keep the scoreboard ticking with a single, it forces the bowler to either change the direction from where they're bowling or just change the line completely. So bowlers have to keep thinking. Got to make sure they do not stray in line, and always make sure they know to whom they're bowling. The nice thing about commentating on a game now is that I don't have to report on any action taking place from the World Cup at the same time. That's all going to come a lot later. Over the wicket now, Kim Garth to Varma. And that's a hard shot there, but that's played all the way down to Beth Mooney at mid-off. Updates from the England-New Zealand men's test. And New Zealand actually lead England by nearly 300 runs, but they have 3 wickets remaining. So this is a good recovery by England, and they will be hoping that one of their batsmen will be able to score a good century or a big knock in the 4th innings. Garth again, and that is a fine shot there from Shafali Varma. Not really an edge, sort of guided down to third man. It's fair to say that the fielder was a little bit wide and was never going to get that in time. And again, we see a lot of runs scored behind the wicket in that third man area, especially during the power play, where you have to be careful how you bowl, because there's very little to no protection in that area. 3 quick wickets after lunch for England on day 4. Pretty sure that a certain Benjamin Anthony Stokes would have had something to do with that. Poor delivery. And that is guided all the way down to deep extra cover. Ashley Gardner tidying up. 2 balls left from the power play. It's actually Jofra Archer who's been the main wrecker-in-chief, so to speak. And very interesting shot there from Varma, sort of using the face of the bat to sort of guide that ball to the cover region. Garth now going round the wicket to Mandana. Mandana plays that all the way to deep mid wicket. That's only going to be a single. And that's the point I make. You very rarely see India and Indian cricketers run for 2s instead of 1s and 3s instead of 2s. You very rarely see that. That's something that I think they are going to have to improve on, but they do work hard, obviously. Last ball of the power play. Kim Garth. She now goes back over the wicket to the right-handed Shafali Varma. And Shafali Varma was hoping to try to get some runs on the leg side, but could only find the mid-on fielder. So at the end of the power play, 7 runs off this over 2. India are 43 without loss after 6 overs. Still early to be to determine whether or not Harmanpreet Kaur made the right decision to bat first. I think it's fair to say that Varma and Mandana have both been very solid. They certainly punished the bad balls well enough. And I just wonder if maybe dropping Alana King, the leg spinner, will come back to haunt Sophie Molyneux, especially if India do go on to make a big total. But then one thing about Indian batsmen or batswomen, they are wonderful players at spin. Darryl Mitchell is 56 not out. Rachin Ravindra was out LBW to Shahid Bashir for 94, 6 short of a century. Poor bloke. Lead is still just 1 short of 300, but New Zealand have 3 wickets remaining. So if England can bowl them out for about, say, 250. That would give them a not unchaseable target of about 330. And of course, the consequence of there being a longer break between phases in the innings is that there'll be more advertisement breaks. It is what it is. You can't do very much about it. Of course, having said all of that, the action does resume later on tonight with the beginning of the last 32. It will be South Africa against Canada from the Los Angeles Stadium. The consequence, of course, of Canada losing to Switzerland in the final group game means that they won't have home advantage, but there are plenty of Canadians living in LA. So as I said to a friend of ours who's also a content creator based in Saskatchewan, hopefully those members of the Canadian diaspora will make it a big occasion. And of course, two famous Canadians who happen to live in Los Angeles, William Shatner and Jim Carrey. I think that South Africa-Canada match will be the only game being played today, and I'm pretty sure Hanno will be doing the watch-along. That gentleman in question is none other than Chris Mossing from Moss Sports World, who I'm sure will be doing a watch-along as well. We'll have to see. Georgina Wareham coming into the attack, replacing Elise Perry. 7th over. Another spinner. And she's bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Mandana. A leg break bowler, a little bit like Alana King. And that first delivery is guided nicely to the point boundary for 4. So Smithy has rediscovered her touch, and she's looking in good nick at the moment. A little bit too short. Coming onto the bat quite nicely, and Mandana using the face of the bat, guiding that beautifully to the point boundary. So already the experienced Wareham under pressure, and that is tossed up and probably should have been punished even more severely. Instead, it's a single down to deep backward square leg from Smriti Mandana. Partnership already worth 48. Another reminder as well that if you want to vote for your player of the match, please go to t20worldcup.com/POTM. You can also vote for your pressure play of the day, same address, but /POTD. That is a much better result there for Wareham. A dot ball to the right-handed Varma, still bowling over the wicket. She was hoping to come down, but I think that delivery sort of kept her honest and prevented her from really doing too much with that. 4th delivery of the over. And Varma hoping to play that, but only finding Kim Garth. Only finding Kim Garth at mid-wicket. Don't talk too fast, the great Richie Bennett always said. That was played very nicely, but it finds Annabelle Sutherland there at mid/long on. I think she was at long on, but she came a bit forward, of course. Last delivery of the over. Still over the wicket to the left-handed Mandana, but this time she doesn't quite punish that. So goes straight through to the wicketkeeper, and after 7 overs, India 49 for no loss. Exactly 7 and over. I think it's fair to say that both Mandana and Varma are building some sort of a platform, a foundation, from where they can perhaps try and tee off, if you will. Not this tee, but you know what I mean. Annabelle Sutherland coming into the attack, replacing Kim Garth. So beginning with the younger bowlers and now turning to the old veterans for some help. Right arm, fast, over the wicket to the right-handed Shefali Verma. That will be called a wide, and that brings up India's 50. Going down leg side. And Shefali Verma was in no mood to try and play at that. From only 44 balls. They have 2 extras so far, of course, both of them wides. And this is a good partnership. Second ball to dot ball. I mean, first legitimate delivery. It's a dot ball. Not really able to get that away. He'll spread out a little bit for Shefali Verma. That is a fine delivery, but well played enough for the 2 batswomen to run a single, sort of tipped down towards mid-on. Huge crowd at Lord's today, hoping for a classic. Still bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Mandana, but that is the line you want to bowl. Mandana only succeeding in finding the point fielder. And of course, it is Women's Cricket Week, so we're heading all the way to Turkey to see what some of the girls are doing there. And amazing to see a lot of them being introduced to the game at a young age. Maybe we could see a Turkish cricket team coming to fruition sometime soon. Now she goes round the wicket to Mandana, and Mandana is able to play that off her pads all the way down towards, just drifting towards mid-wicket there, and Ashley Gardner cleaning up there. It'll only be a single. So this is a much better over from Australia's point of view. It's always the wily veterans, for the most part, who seem to know what they're doing and seem to know the lines to bowl. I think an exception, of course, was Wareham, who was sort of picked apart a little bit. And Verma coming down the track, Sutherland bowling over the wicket and sort of playing that all the way to deep mid-wicket for another single. Sutherland certainly looking to crank up the pace a little bit. Verma has to be a little bit careful, but Smriti Mandana enjoys playing the pull shot, scoring over 450 runs with that shot. And that's sort of guided all the way down there to deep mid-wicket. Once again, it's Ashley Gardner who cleans up. So a wide and 4 singles off the over will take India to 54 for no loss after 8. So they're just below 7 and over. So India are going to have to really work hard to try and get an imposing total. Especially with Australia chasing, you would think that their experienced lineup would have the edge. We haven't yet seen the Aussie captain Sophie Molyneux coming into bowl. Left arm spinner. Be interesting to see what sort of approach she will take if she brings herself on. She's going to have to be very careful against these two batswomen, especially Mandana, who might look forward to taking her on. For now, though, it's still Ashley Gardner, who's back into the attack after being taken for 13 in her first over. And she goes round the wicket to the left-handed Mandana. Mandana coming down the track. And that is guided beautifully towards long off, but very well fielded indeed by Annabelle Sutherland. And I have said on previous streams that Mandana's stroke play reminds me a great deal of Saurav Ganguly, especially playing through the offside. And ooh, what a fine delivery that was from Gardner. Shefali hoping to try to sort of clamp that, but completely missing it. Fortunately for her, it missed the wicket as well. Beth Mooney behind the stumps. This time, she comes down the track, but can only really play that towards extra cover. Sophie Molyneux doing some fielding. And with the fielder strategically placed, it doesn't go for an over. Fourth delivery of the over, but Varma steps across, smites that all the way over long on for 6. I think that's her second 6 of the day. Getting down on one knee, getting to the line of the ball, 74 meter 6, wonderfully hit. And that is not going to do Ashley Gardner's figures any good at all. 2 deliveries left. And that is another beautiful shot, guided through the covers. That should reach the boundary, and it does. Sort of bumped into each other there, the two batswomen, just as well that it went for 4. And Sophie Molyneux is going to have to do a lot of thinking. Splitting cover and extra cover fielders there. Beautifully played. Not the best look when you bump into one another. Smriti wasn't really looking where she was running, really. Last 4. What does Ashley Gardner do? Still bowling to Shefali Varma. And that is guided all the way down to long off for a single. Fine over for India, 12 from it. A couple of singles, a 4 and a 6. And India are back over the 7 and over rate as we come closer to the middle of the innings. Well, I suppose it's fair to say that the decision to bat first has been vindicated so far. Neither Mandana nor Varma have really played any rash shots or attempted to give their wickets away. They might have to start thinking about accelerating, though. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea for them to send someone like a Richa Ghosh up the order to try and lend some acceleration. We are seeing the Aussie captain, Sophie Molyneux, left arm spin from round the wicket to Shefali Varma, and the captain provides the breakthrough. Excellent delivery from the Aussie captain. You could say that that was the arm ball in a way. Going straight on, and Varma trying to make an expansive drive, but completely missing that. And that is a brilliant intervention there from the Aussie captain to get rid of the free-scoring Shefali Verma and break what could have been a brilliant partnership. 34 of 26, 3 4s and 2 6s, but the danger woman is gone, and India is 66 for 1. So do they send Richa Ghosh up the order near the middle, or do they play it safe and just try and consolidate even further? Well, we're going to find out, obviously, who will join Smriti Mandhana. And the new batswoman, of course, will have to face Sophie Molyneux. What a fine delivery that was. Obviously sensing that Verma was trying to go for more expansive off drive, but thinking about that, she bowled the arm ball, completely deceived the batswoman. Got the breakthrough that she and Australia deserved. It is, in fact, the vastly experienced Jemima Rodrigues who comes out to bat. And her first delivery is scooped all the way down to fine leg. But and this time they do run for 2. So that's very well done. Picked the line very well indeed. An almost risky shot to play because it exposes your leg stump in the way. So you've got to make sure you get the ball. If you miss, you can get hit. And that is a fine shot there. Lofted, but over the extra cover fielder. And that goes all the way to the boundary for 4. And so that's the way of saying, hey, you don't bowl out my teammate and think you can get away with it. A lot of bottom hand in that shot, despite it being a cover drive, but some excellent poise there, and the crowd enjoyed that a great deal. And that is nicely tipped all the way to extra cover. Phoebe Litchfield doing the fielding. That was a fine delivery to get rid of Shefali Verma, but Jemima Rodrigues has fought her way back. And it is, of course, pronounced Rodrigues, not Rodriguez. It's Portuguese, so that's how they do it. Over the wicket now from Molyneux to the left-handed Mandhana, who plays that all the way down to long on for a single. We see Matthew Hayden there wearing a cowboy hat. Have the honour of bringing the trophy out onto the field. Certainly looks a lot more bulky than otherwise, and he is, in fact, in the commentary box now, in the company of some other people. And Jemima Rodrigues plays that shot quite well, but doesn't get rewarded because the point fielder is on point with her fielding. So, end of the over. And that is, of course, the midway point of the innings. India, 74 for 1 after 10. Oopsie daisies. So it does look to me as though consolidation might be the way to go. We all know that Richa Ghosh can definitely give the ball a good whack, and maybe when it comes to the 15th or 16th over, she might end up being promoted up the order and really asked to give it a good whack in the hope of getting India to an imposing total. Annabelle Sutherland. Right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Mandana. I'm not too sure she's going to get an LBW shout there. It hit Mandana quite high on the knee roll. I seriously can't be looking for a review here. No chance. And I jinxed it. They do go for the review. We're going to have to make sure that it's perfect here. And Sue Redfern will have a big job on her hands. It hit her quite high. Would that have hit the top of stump though? And I'm sorry, but that is a wasted review. Pitching outside leg, you are never going to get an LBW. Wasted. So if he had a choice, and it was a bad one. So, what does Annabelle Sutherland do now? She gets the line right. She could cause Mandana all sorts of problems. And that is a fine shot, well fielded, but the batswomen do run for a single. Played all the way to point. Phoebe Litchfield there with, well, she saved the boundary, but I think she'll be a bit disappointed that she allowed the batswomen to go for a single. But with Mandana already down the track, you could say that it was always on the cards. And of course, just remember, if you want to get an LBW against any batsman or batswoman, you cannot have it pitching on leg. No chance. Over the wicket to Jemima Rodrigues, and that will be a wide, easy decision. Some nice blue caps there for the South African players. Is that Captain Harmanpreet Kaur, who's padded up? That is guided all the way to square leg by Jemima Rodrigues, but that will only be a single. You see here, basically, the graphic showing that you've got to be very careful where you, how you bowl and where you pitch it when you're bowling to Smriti Mandana. Anything that pitches on leg, she can easily play it off her pads. 32 off exactly 32, and backing away, going for an expansive off drive, but completely missing it. That'll be a dot. Run rate still almost marginally above 7, but the 140 total is not going to be anywhere near competitive as far as India are concerned. And I tell you what, she had to be very wary of a stumping, and she didn't really get her back foot behind the crease in time. Round the wicket, and that is nicely played all the way to long off for a boundary. I think the mid-off fielder tried to dive for that, but she was never really going to get that. That takes India to 81 for 1. A little bit of movement down the track, and not really the best. So that's 6 fours for Mandana so far. Of course, Varma has hit the only 2 sixes in the innings. Last ball of the over. Round the wicket. And that is guided all the way to square leg. That will be a single and no more. So Smriti Mandana will retain the strike. 8 off the over. 82 for 1 after 11. And the thing about this performance so far is that I wouldn't say Australia have necessarily bowled very badly. They have bowled a few bad balls, which have been punished. India have been cautious. I wouldn't say necessarily cautious, but they have been circumspect. And they certainly had no problems punishing the bad balls. Just gone over an hour on the air. Georgina Wareham back into the attack. Right arm leg break over the wicket to Mandana, who certainly tried to move across to the offside and play that, but only ended up playing that to extra cover. So Wareham has a role to play. She's going to have to make sure she gets her line right, bowling to the left-hander. And that is not very powerfully edged behind, but they will take a single off the second ball. Probably looking to bowl the delivery, which goes wide, but instead it ends up being a bit of a googly almost. Because Mandana moved all the way across to play that, that was never going to be called at wide. So Smriti is the set batswoman. Jemima's just come in. As we all know, when Jemima's good, she's very, very good. She's seldom bad, so she's never horrid. Chance for a run out, though. And that was just absolutely dozy, needless cricket. The worst part is we're going to replay this. Going for the reverse sweep. Mandana came down the track. And she's out. Jemima ball watching, but basically saying that, why didn't you look at me? And after 11.3 overs, India 83 for 2. I think you've got to say that that was a very needless wicket to lose because Mandana was looking really, really good. Communication is always important. Mandana wanted the single, Rodrigues didn't. Not too sure who you could really blame. I think Rodrigues is quite guilty of ball watching more than anything else. Had she seen Mandana running hard, in all likelihood, she probably would have been able to have gotten the single. But having said that, that was a fine throw back to the bowler. And she had the easiest of run-outs to make. She didn't need a second invitation. And that brings the captain, Harmanpreet Kaur, to the non-striker's end. And she will now be on strike as Jemima Rodrigues plays that down to deep extra cover for a single. It was a reverse sweep there. And well, clearly, I mean, that was just poor stuff. Lucy Hamilton with the throw. Didn't even need to be quite on target. It was a slow throw, but Mandana had gone so far down the track that she was pretty much sitting duck, so to speak. And Mandana would have been looking forward to a big score, but now it's Captain Harmanpreet at the crease. And that is played back to the bowler. One bounce, and Wareham claims it. I think it's fair to say that Smriti might not really have had that much business calling for the run, but Rodrigues should have been more aware. Last delivery. Harmanpreet gets off the mark. Single down to mid-on. And India are 85 for 2 after 12. Just above 7 and over. But having lost their two set batswomen who were playing so well, You've got two batswomen who, one of them has just come in, the other one has been there only for a few minutes. So this is an interesting period, a difficult period as far as India are concerned. And they are going to have to make sure they really start to be a little bit more conservative. And this is why I kind of said that there could be an opportunity maybe for Richo Ghosh to come in a bit earlier, but that was a tragic run out. Shot themselves in the feet. Could very well be that the shot was played a little bit too well. I think it's fair to say that Mandana was the architect of her own downfall. Beautifully played there by Harmanpreet Kaur to backward point, but that's only going to be a single. It is Lucy Hamilton back into the attack. Left arm over the wicket, and it was she whose throw was the downfall of the Indian vice-captain, Smriti Mandana. Harmanpreet Kaur, of course, a quality batswoman and a magnificent servant to England women's cricket over the years, Indian women's cricket over the years. Played her 200th T20 international earlier in this tournament. And that's popped high in the air, but it escapes Annabelle Sutherland. It's nowhere near it, really. And she's seldom horrid as Jemima, but that was a somewhat horrid shot. Just as fortunate that there was no fielder there who could really attack that and attempt to catch that. And Harmanpreet with a rather ugly, not necessarily ugly, but it's a play and a miss. .201 T20 internationals for the Indian captain. 4,160 runs. If she gets 40, she'll go to 4,200. Still over the wicket, but Harmanpreet Kaur sensing that the field was up and playing that high beyond short third man for a 4. More than useful runs, and India still continuing to score at 7 and over, but once they get to the 15 or 16 over phase, they are going to have to start hitting out. Wonderful use of the wrists there. Two deliveries left. The field, sort of packed offside field within the circle. And Hamilton goes round the wicket to the Indian captain, who plays that to backward square leg for a single. Continuing the theme of Women's Cricket Week, we had Cyprus, where we see some young women playing a game. It's amazing how far wide this initiative has spread. T20worldcup.com/Women's Cricket Week. Wonderful stuff. Of course, we have the Netherlands making their tournament debut this year. Scotland and Ireland playing, picking up wins each, including Ireland's brilliant win over the West Indies yesterday afternoon. There's a fine shot from Jemima Rodrigues. That won't reach the point boundary, but they do run 2. So there's a lot to like here about Jemima. She does run quite well between the wickets. 9 off the over, and India 94% for 2 after 13. Already have a comment in. Well, Janlu obviously hoping for an Australia win. I'm not too sure you'd be very happy with the way Australia bowled so far. Only 1 wicket taken by the bowlers, that by the Aussie captain. The second one, of course, being a catastrophic run-out. So when it comes to run-outs, I do go back and forth saying that both are to blame, but in this case, I think the Indian vice-captain has to take her share of the responsibility. Sophie Molyneux now back into the attack. First delivery is played down to what could very well be a slip fielder, but that's a dot ball, and she has been the only wicket taker, and that is played high in the air by Harmanpreet, but out of reach of the fielder. And this is good stuff in a way, because you want to make sure that you know where the fielders are and play the ball accordingly, and it's a nicely run two there for the Indian captain. Still round the wicket. And that is a fine shot from the Indian captain. Past extra cover. That goes all the way to the boundary. So the Indian captain bringing up the 100 with that shot. Beautifully played in the 14th over. And of course, DP World, for every 100 runs scored, 10 kits are delivered to places all around the world. But nice attempt at fielding that. I think that was actually Gardner who tried to stop that, but she couldn't get it. And that is nicely played down to mid-wicket for a single. Just evading. Actually, I don't think that was Gardner. I think that was Litchfield who tried to intercept that, but just couldn't. 2 deliveries left. And Rodrigues plays that all the way to mid-wicket. That'll be another single. And raising her hand saying, "Skipper, don't make the same mistake that your deputy did." Eight runs so far. Final ball of the over. Left arm round the wicket to the right-handed Harmanpreet Kaur. This time it's a dot ball, but still a more than decent over from India's point of view. They crossed the 100 barrier. They are going to have to start thinking tactically about what they would need to do in order to get themselves a very big total. Women's cricket, of course, being buoyed by their win in the fairly recent 50-over World Cup. Every dream is a journey, and every journey has its strength. One of the many advertisements for Indian cricket and Indian women's cricket, and it's wonderful now to see the Indian women's team being given a lot more exposure and a lot more respect. And of course, Harmanpreet Kaur as captain has been literally a pivotal player in that. So 14 overs have been played, and this is actually going to be the phase where India are going to have to start thinking about accelerating. And I am hoping to see either one of Hano or Jean-Lu coming in to talk a little bit about this innings and also discuss the South Africa game. 7.28 and over. We'll want to get that to as high as maybe 8.5 or even 9. But they are going to have to start hitting out in these last 6 overs. Smriti Mandana there, with a nice advertisement for a popular energy drink. Annabelle Sutherland, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Jemima Rodrigues. And that is back through the bowler, and that should go to the boundary. No, it's cut off, but Georgina Vohl's throw does not prevent the batsman from running 2. This is what you want to see. It's a sort of a back-of-the-hand slower ball here from Sutherland, and not the best effort at trying to feel it off her own bowling. Sort of goes in between her legs, and I think she'll not want to remember that. Second delivery, somewhat shorter, and that is guided all the way towards, almost towards mid-wicket there for a single. And that is, of course, the iconic Lord's scoreboard, still manually operated. Wonderful to see. Some things never change. Tradition can never be allowed to make way. Of course, there are other electronic scoreboards at certain points of the stadium, but you merge the old with the new, and that is wonderfully guided down to the point boundary there by Harmanpreet Kaur, and that's another 4 runs. Once again, keeping that bat perfectly poised, using the face beautifully. And a huge gap there, of course, between backward point and deep point, and wonderfully exploited. That is played all the way down to mid-on. Georgina Vohl there picking everything up. Yes. Just a replay of that run out. I think Smriti Mandana would be feeling very upset with herself. Jemima Rodrigues trying to go for a single, but only succeeding in playing that to extra cover. Last ball of the over, a slower ball, and that is nicely played by Rodrigues. Sort of lofted, really, but that finds the extra cover fielders. So India reach Nelson after 15 overs. And of course, just a little piece of information here. In cricket, the Nelson is a famous superstition where if you have a score of 111 or its multiples, it's considered unlucky. Stemming from British naval folklore, where the number represents the traits 1 eye, 1 arm, 1 leg, associated with the late, great Horatio Nelson. Georgina Wareham into the attack. And a sharp throw there from Sophie Molyneux, but almost too sharp, and that allows the batswomen to run for a double rather than a single. And this is what you want to see now with the Indian batswomen. This is wonderful stuff from the two here. A sharp single it actually was a little bit almost as risky as the single which resulted in Smriti Mandhana getting run out. Played all the way to extra cover where Molyneux was there. Appeal for an LBW, and Jemima goes. And Georgina Wareham has struck. Well, they are reviewing this. It struck a little bit low, though. The only question, perhaps, is whether or not that was actually going down leg side. Wouldn't seem to be the case, because when it's a leg break bowler, the ball goes back in. Tell you what, there is, of course, a customary gap between bat and pad. It does hit her on the back leg, and it does hit her very low. It does hit her very low. That could be plumb. The only question is whether or not it does go on to hit the wicket, and if it does, then I think Jemima has to go. Quite easy decision there for Jacqueline Williams. You know what? I think she's gone. I think she's gone. No, she's not. The review has been retained because it's pitched outside leg. I keep saying it, you pitch outside leg, you are never going to get an LBW shout. That was a fine use of the review there by Jemima. She was not going to be sent away that easily. Appeal for a stumping, but no, her back leg was behind the base. Useful partnership of 30 from 24. Strike rate of 125. And Jemima playing the sweep. Sends it all the way down to deep mid-wicket for a single. I see Casey Martin and a few New Zealand legends there in the conversation, including, of course, the divine one, Sophie. 2 balls left. And that is a fine back foot drive there from Harmanpreet Kaur. She is coming into her own, and that is absolutely wonderful. You'd love to see that. Taking a look at this shot again. A lot of back foot comes into that, and that's what makes the shot a bit difficult. It's not so much a cover drive as sort of play it all the way to point, but beautifully played once again. Very balanced, very poised, very sturdy. This is what you want to see in your captain. Last delivery of the over from Georgina Wareham. And that's going to be a dot ball. A lot's happened. Playing for an LBW turned down on review. India scores 7 runs. But they're 118 for 2 after 16. And they need to start hitting out. Of course, continuing with our talk on Nelson, legendary David Shepherd, former umpire, would traditionally lift 1 foot off the ground whenever the score would hit 111. That would supposedly ward off the bad luck often associated with the score. That was the hope, at least. Looks like it's Kim Garth back as the attack, right arm over the wicket. And Jemima plays that in the air, and that should be safe in between the fielders. And they run for a single. Kim Garth replacing Annabelle Sutherland. And that was played high, but credit to the batswoman for knowing where the fielders were. Garth bowling to the Indian captain now. Over the wicket. Harmanpreet is in no mood to give her wicket away, and she guides that down to mid-off for a single. Last 4 overs, and as I said, India will need to start hitting out if they want to get a big total. And they do have Yastika Bhatia and Richa Ghosh, who can definitely give the ball a good whack. Powerful shot that by Rodrigues, but that goes to the deep wicket boundary, and Ashley Gardner is able to retrieve that. They only run another single. Some titanic battles between Harmanpreet Kaur and top teams over the years and the evolution of her stroke play. And it's an edge from Harmanpreet Kaur. I wouldn't necessarily say an edge. It was a sort of a swing which induced the edge, but it goes to the third man boundary, so no complaints. An attempted slow ball there, back of the hand from Kim Garth, and Harmanpreet happy to swing at that. Maybe subconsciously she knew. Subconsciously she knew there were no fielders back. And another nice back foot drive to deep extra cover. And one more single. It's not always easy to detect the use of the back foot in the drive. You normally associate that with a lot more front foot action, but the back foot does provide the stability, and you can sometimes tell if that's used as more of an anchor. And that was a wide delivery, but Jemima was able to play that, sends that down to deep extra cover for another single. She might have been better served leaving that alone, to be honest. But 5 singles and a boundary. This has been a good over for India, but they need a few more like this if they want to get to a competitive total which can be defended. Molyneux back into the attack. Left arm round the wicket to Jemima Rodrigues. A sweep at that. It goes high in the air. There is, of course, a fielder there at deep backward square leg, and that'll only be a single. It could very well be that one of these batsmen will have to hole out to bring in a more powerful hitter. Fine shot, but does it Well, it doesn't find the fielder there. Once again, the Indian captain knowing where the fielders are and where they aren't. That's another single. Manpreet goes to 30 off 19. She certainly struck the ball very well, but at this particular point, they need some really big hits. And this time it's Jemima's turn to, run for a non-existent single. Thankfully, this time she doesn't go that far down that she ends up being caught out. Good partnership between these two. A fine partnership, but once again, another expansive shot played to deep extra cover. That'll be another single. And there are some huge gaps on the offside field, and they do like playing through the covers, these two players. They are going to have to start hitting out. 2.5 overs left. And Molyneux goes over the wicket now, and Harmanpreet getting down on one leg to play that sweep shot, but she only finds a deep mid-wicket fielder for yet another single. And Ravi Shastri there chatting with a certain Virat Kohli and Kohli's better half. So some more star power in the stands today. And once again, 4 singles off the over, so they're keeping the scoreboard ticking, but I do not believe that they will end up with a competitive enough total unless they start really hitting out. And Molyneux going over the wicket once again to the right-handed Rodrigues, and Rodrigues only able to find the mid-on fielder. And Shikhar Dhawan, another former India international. Five singles off the over, last one. And once again, it'll only be, they could potentially run 2 here if they're quick enough. Yes, they do. So 7 off the over takes them to 134, but with 2 overs remaining, they have to start hitting. Otherwise, Australia could very well have this match sewn up. So if the decision to bat first was vindicated in some ways, I think it's fair to say that the reluctance to bring some powerful hitters up the order could very well be what costs India if they are unable to defend this total. Annabelle Sutherland coming back into the attack. And Jemima going to the offside, sweeping that all the way down to deep backward square leg. But once again, it's just a single. And you also got to credit the Aussie captain Sophie Molyneux for spreading the field perfectly. Jemima doesn't concede too many dot balls. Less than 33 of the balls she faces are dots. So she is excellent at keeping the scoreboard ticking. But at this particular point, India needs some big hits. And that could help. Nicely struck 4 all the way down to deep backward square leg from the Indian captain Harmanpreet Kaur. That takes it to 37 of 22. And it looks as though she might be the person to take a little responsibility for getting India to somewhat competitive total. At least 170 would be quite competitive, but maybe Harmanpreet has some faith in India's bowlers to do the job. And that is high in the air. I don't think that will... Well, it just dropped short of Georgina Wareham. I'll tell you what, if she hadn't have hesitated and stopped in the middle, I do think she might have caught that. But all the way down to the deep square leg fielder, and I tell you what, she probably would have been advised to sort of run further into that. Annabelle Sutherland. A lot of these Aussie bowlers like to use the back of the hand slower ball. And of course, the legendary Steve Waugh was a big pioneer in that. I remember the 1987 ODI World Cup. Used that perfectly against England in the final. And that was effectively the thing which stopped Mike Gatting from sweeping England to victory. A small awards ceremony with Sophie Devine, Susie Bates, and Aussie legend Mel Jones being recognised. Big shot there, but oh! The reason why I said but was because Georgina Wareham was there, and normally she'd have caught that, but she palms that over the boundary for 6. I think Jemima had to take the risk, but might have been a calculated one. Wareham not really having the composure to really hold on to that, palming that over the boundary rope, and that is another 6. So Shafali Varma's not the only 6 hitter today. A wonderful shot that, but that also is dropped. I believe that might have carried to the extra cover fielder. Nicola Carey there. "13 from that over. 147 for 2. 1 over remaining. And of course, there has been a lot of talk on this channel and in various streams we did about the poor quality of fielding. New Zealand, of course, being very big culprits, but seldom would you ever see an Australia side guilty of drop catches and poor fielding. Drop catches, costume matches, as they would say. Hang about. That actually was a wicket. I stand corrected. Well, for some reason, the scoreboard now is 147 for 3. I want to find out what's going on here. Well, it looks as though Jemima Rodrigues has retired out. Maybe she was carrying a bit of an injury. So Richa Ghosh comes into the attack, and she faces the first ball from Sophie Molyneux, who will be ending the innings. Round the wicket to the right-hander, who sort of lofts that into the vacant cover region, and that brings Harmanpreet on strike. 38 from 23. I think maybe she was feeling a little bit... I'm not too sure why she retired out. Ah, yes, she retired out to bring Richa Ghosh in. But instead of Richa Ghosh, it's Harmanpreet Kaur who gets into the action with a big shot. Back down the ground. One more 6 like that will take her to a 50, and that 6 also brings up India's 150. Not only is she a back foot player, she is, of course, very bottom-handed, but using the face of the bat beautifully. Amazing shot. So there is some hope of India getting to 160 or maybe higher. Molyneux going over the wicket this time. And she hits that high. I don't know if she's got the distance, though. Yes, she does. 2 straight 6s take India to 160 for 3. And that is Harmanpreet Kaur's 50 from 25 balls. Captain's innings in every sense of the word. And she brings India to a position of promise. Whether round the wicket or over the wicket, the result is the same. Sophie Molyneux being smacked back over her head by her Indian counterpart. So she began so beautifully with a wicket off her first ball. Now, she's being hit. And that's another drop which goes for 6. The Aussies are starting to crack. A hat-trick of 6s, but Phoebe Litchfield there down at long off, palming that over for a 6. Well, obviously, risks had to be taken. Oh, that was just careless and casual. And the Aussie captain is not a happy lassie. No, sir. Down the track again, and this time, Harmanpreet holds out. Not before, of course, taking a toll on her Aussie counterpart with 3 big 6s and scoring a fine half-century of her own. 56 off 27 for the Indian captain. With 1 ball to go, it's 166 for India, but a brilliant knock there from the Indian captain. 3 6s and 6 4s, a strike rate of over 200. And that takes India to a reasonably competitive total. If they manage to get a 4 off the last ball, they will get to 170. So Jemima Rodrigues actually retired herself so that Richa Ghosh could come in. You do not give Richa Ghosh only 1 over, but as it turned out, she only needed 1 ball, and it was the Indian captain who took command. Thankfully, that drop from Phoebe Litchfield didn't really cost very much, but well played, skipper. And now it's Deepti Sharma, left-handed batswoman, to face the last delivery, and that will be edged all the way down to the boundary. Will it go for 4? It's a long chase. I think it's just touched the boundary. And yes, it has. Or has it? Well, some pretty good fielding there, and that wonderful assault there from, I can't say assault, that wonderful piece of batting has taken India to a very competitive total. I think we're sort of, I believe that has been confirmed that it is, in fact, a 4 from Deepti Sharma. I did call it and say that if they were to get a 4 off the last ball, they'd get to 170. So they consolidated well enough, and then Harmanpreet Kaur took matters into her own hands. And the final score from the innings is India are 170 for 4, which means that Australia will need exactly 171 runs from their 20 overs at a rate of 8.55 and over. And Jacqueline Williams, of course, signalling a 4. You can see that despite the best efforts of the fielders, it did touch the rope. So, 171 is the target. Can India defend it successfully, or will the Aussies overhaul it? I know that my South African friends will be cheering on Australia. And of course, Tasman Britt said it perfectly with 1 word. Would this be one time that the Proteas would be cheering on the Wallabies or the Kangaroos? That 1 word was indeed. Deepti Sharma going for a huge sweep, and it was a top edge that ran all the way to the boundary. And of course, they did try to push it back, but the boundary cushions were, she did try to pull the ball back in, but the boundary cushions were pushed back, and so that is why it was a 4. So fantastic over at the end. Smriti Mandhana now. The one thing we can say about Smriti Mandhana is that she does not like doing post-match interviews. And you can see there the top four batswomen making some solid contributions. 30 knocks of 30 for each of them. Smriti and Shafali getting India off to a fine start. Jemima continuing that and retiring hurt so that Richa Ghosh could come in. But the star of the innings has to be the Indian captain, Harmanpreet Kaur. A lot of poise, a lot of stability. And then at the end, she just took Sophie Molyneux to the cleaners and destroyed her figures. And Molyneux ended up conceding 46 from her 4 overs, but before that, she was quite impressive. The only bowler, in fact, to take any wickets today, the other ones drawing blanks. Ash Gardner, in particular, being very expensive. So India's spinners are going to be very key here, especially Sri Chadani and Deepti Sharma, both of whom have the 2 best bowling figures in the tournament. Freya Kemp, of course, 3rd. And so how India bowl will definitely determine the outcome of the match. Australia, I should say, do have an excellent batting order, and they can certainly play very well. But again, this is going to be a huge test for Harmanpreet Kaur, because she knows that the semi-final spot is on the line, and she stood up to be counted in a magnificent way. And we found out later, of course, that that was the fastest T20 50 against Australia, maintaining a brilliant strike rate of over 200 with that knock. Magnificent stuff. Sri Chadni, of course, her full name is Sri Chadni Nallappa Reddy, from the town of Kadapa in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Left arm spinner, left-handed batswoman. That's a little bit low down the order, but definitely her bowling is why she's been picked. And she will be definitely key, as will Deepti Sharma, who's more of a right-arm spinner, but left-handed batswoman. In fact, it was interesting when we were covering the India-Pakistan game. We had Gurshan Singh on, basically saying that Deepti Sharma was like the Ravindra Jadeja of the women's team. So certainly a very apt comparison. Also in the team is Radha Yadav, also a left-arm spinner. So plenty of spin options in the Indian team, and they will certainly be expected to provide a great deal of power, really. Great deal of variety as well. Of course, India will be hoping to make sure they get their bowling spot on. And when Smriti Mandhana was talking, she did say that they wanted a competitive total, and they would have taken 170 had they been offered it. But of course, now it's all about the bowling more than anything else. And I think it's fair to say that if South Africa do go on to get eliminated, we'll certainly look back at their net run rate as a big factor and say that they should have done a lot more with the bat, certainly been a lot more clinical. And today's game against Bangladesh was an opportunity for them to try to, win the match comfortably, but they ended up being taken to the final over. And that doesn't really help you with regard to the net run rate, it has to be said. Of course, as is expected, I think Australia will probably want to use the roller. Let me find out what's going on with the England men's team. Of course, the Indian men's team are playing Ireland. After the shock of losing the first game, they will probably want to put things right. Ireland reaching 154 for 8 after batting first. Parry Tector top scoring with a fine innings of 53 or 47 and some other contributions. In reply, after 8 overs, India 54 for 4. So they're in a bit of a spot of bother there, needing 101 runs off 72 balls. As far as the England men are concerned, well, they've allowed New Zealand to cross 250 in the third innings, so the lead has grown to 337. And not exactly what you'd want to see as an England fan, but New Zealand deserve all the credit they can get. And so the fourth innings, of course, at Trent Bridge will be key. Once again, a lot will depend on England's much venerated batsman. For now, though, it's back to Lords. And has the action started? No, it hasn't yet. It will take some time. But again, Harmanpreet Kaur, you've got to say that her innings was the one which really made the difference between India struggling to compete and posting a very big total. Holding out near the end of the penultimate delivery, but then Deepti Sharma added the finishing touches with a streaky edge that went all the way to third man for 4, and that took them to exactly 170 on the board. Once again, Ash Gardner quite expensive, taken out of the attack after 2 overs. Apart from Molyneux, they just weren't really there weren't really anyone who could take the initiative as far as Australia were concerned. Molyneux, of course, beginning beautifully with a fine wicket of Shafali Varma, and then taking the wicket of Harmanpreet Kaur near the end. So kind of bookending things, as it were, but in between, never really had that much joy while she was bowling. Once again, just a little reminder, this is continued coverage of the Women's T20 Cricket World Cup. The final group stage game between Australia and India from Group A. It's live from Lords. India must beat Australia to qualify for the semis. They won the toss and they opted to bat. And they reached 170 for 4 after 20 overs, with Captain Harmanpreet Kaur playing a brilliant captain's innings. 56 off 27. And at this particular point, I can tell you that the India fielders have come out and they're in a big huddle. And they know that it's now or never. And of course, they can take a great deal of confidence from having beaten Australia in the T20 series in Australia. I believe that was also a series where Sophie Molyneux was captain. But as it is, previous results go out of the window when it comes to what is, in effect, a do-or-die clash. So very soon we will be starting proceedings with the second innings. And we have 4 people watching live. Not too very many people in the comments, but I know that you are watching and you are enjoying listening to me and my inane ramblings. I'm not exactly test match special radio, but I do my best. And obviously the South African players who are sitting in the pavilion watching will know that their fate hinges on what happens in the second innings. So Australia are about to bat. It will be Georgia Vole and Beth Mooney, the experienced wicketkeeper, who will be batting. And it will be interesting to see who will open the bowling for India. Georgia Vole, nearly 600 runs from her 17 innings. Quite inexperienced. Beth Mooney, left-hander. Over 3,600 runs from her innings. Definitely played a lot of cricket. But she will be at the non-striker's end. And it will be Renika Singh Thakur who will be opening the bowling. 69 wickets for her. Economy rate of 6.6. I think she'll be looking to try to bring that down a bit, but she's also going to have to make sure she bowls to a good line and not make the mistakes that the Aussie bowlers did. So, Renika Thakur, right arm over the wicket to the right-hander, Georgia Vole. And the first ball is cracked through the covers for 4, so not a very good start for India, but for Australia and South Africa, it's exactly what they wanted. Music to their ears. You could say that was perhaps a bit of a loosener there from Thakur, but rocking onto the back foot and guiding that between points and cover. A hopeless chase in the end. Second delivery. Oh, and a shout for an LBW. Might have been going a bit too high, perhaps. Do they review this, though? Yes, they do. Sue Redfern once again on duty. They did smack her quite high on the leg. Hits her on the back leg, in fact. Doesn't seem to be any gap between. I mean, doesn't seem to be any contact between bat and ball. There is a gap. Ultra Edge confirms it. And the question is, where is it going? Well, that is pitched from well outside, going in line. The review has been retained and is determined to be hitting it. So India have a wicket. Well, it's all happening. A first ball boundary, but a second ball wicket. And India are absolutely delighted. Everything seems to be going right for Harmanpreet Kaur. And she couldn't be happier. In stark contrast, of course, to the South Africans who are watching in the Lord's Pavilion. Georgia Vole, 4 and out. And Aussie and Australia 4 for 1. Four for 1 with 19.4 overs remaining, and they still need another 167 more runs. Georgia Vole caught there on her back leg, and it was a fine delivery that from Renika Thakur, recovering brilliantly from being hit for 4 first ball. And already there is no opening partnership, so Australia in a little bit of trouble. So they're going to have to start consolidating. How do they recover from this? It's Phoebe Litchfield into the attack. Left-handed batswoman, but Renika Thakur still persists in bowling over the wicket. And it was pitched very wide of off stump, but it was, of course, going in line. Supposedly, it's the natural direction. It struck her high, but not very high enough. Had it been maybe an inch or two high, it would have either gone over or it would have been the umpire's fault. But that's a poor delivery there from Renika. And the worst part is that could go all the way to the boundary unless Deepti Sharma cuts that off. She does. They end up running 2, but it will be 2 plus the 1. And that's another reason why you cannot afford to get your line wrong. But once again, brilliant delivery. Georgia was on India's mind. And they got it. Renika Thakur is delighted. Certainly the seam position is something that has to be studied very carefully. She certainly does have a fine seam position. That is a fine delivery there. Once again, that is the line you want to bowl if you're a right-arm seamer bowling over the wicket to a left-hander. Slanted across the batswoman or batsman. Don't give them any room to hit. Now, of course, Litchfield will probably owe Australia at least 6 runs. Thankfully, that drop wasn't too costly near the end. 2 balls left, and that is also another wide down leg side. Fortunately for India, the batswomen do not opt to run for that. So Renika's got to be careful. She's bowled some great deliveries, but she's also gone completely down leg, getting her line all wrong. Has to be careful. Two balls to go. And Phoebe Litchfield plays that all the way to mid-wicket for a single, bringing Beth Mooney on strike. So that's 2 left-handers at the crease. And I'm wondering why Renika Thakur didn't consider going round the wicket. But last ball, of course. Let's see what happens here. Beth Mooney, as I said, vastly experienced. That is nicely played by Beth Mooney, down to point, but some excellent fielding there from Kranthi God prevents a boundary. So 11 for 1 off the first over. Still need another 160. That's what I want. Kranthi God into the attack now. Right arm over the wicket, And that is well played by Phoebe Litchfield, but that finds the mid-wicket fielder there, Radha Yadav, another left-arm spinner, as I said, who will be expected to also play a role with the ball in this innings. Right arm fast over the wicket to the left-handers. This time Beth Mooney tips that towards what you could say is a slip fielder. And they run another single. So evenly poised at this moment, the win predictor. Can't really predict who has the upper hand here, but one thing about Australia is that they scrap hard, they compete fiercely. They never know when they're beaten. Fine shot that by Phoebe Litchfield all the way down to deep mid wicket. But once again, it's just for a single. And it can always happen that you end up playing a shot too well. It goes to the fielder a little bit too quickly. And so you don't really have time to run more than one. Two singles and a double off this over so far. And that's a fine delivery from Kranti God. That's the line you want to bowl again. Across the batsman, the batswoman, I should say. Not giving them any room. Two deliveries left. What does Kranti do? And good line, but a bit too short, and Phoebe Litchfield is able to dispatch that all the way to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4. So Australia making a very fast start. They will want to be careful, though, that they don't lose wickets. Walking down the track and getting to that ball, I think Kranti basically dropped that a bit too short. Didn't really get the right length. That takes Australia to 19 for 1. With 1 ball to go in the second over. Last delivery. And that is a powerful hit back beyond the bowler. That finds its way to the long off boundary for 4. So 12 off the over. 2 boundaries near the end. And Australia rattling along. And certainly Smriti Mandana and Shafali Verma were trying their best to make a bit of a start, but so far Phoebe Litchfield has taken some great initiative, and Beth Mooney has played a really good supporting role so far. Just don't think India have been able to get their line spot on. Brilliant delivery, of course, from Renika Thakur to get rid of Georgia Bowl, but apart from that, I think when they bowled short, when they dropped it short, they were severely punished. Renika back into the attack. This time bowling to Beth Mooney, who's stuck on 3-on-3, and that's a dot ball first up. That's a fine delivery there. I think Mooney was sort of trying to edge that behind, but completely missed it. Let's see if Renika can repeat that. Well, that is another good delivery, but also very well fielded. Actually, I think it went beyond the close fielder, but found its way to Kranti Guard over at point. And, of course, another reminder of the brilliant innings played by the Indian captain earlier on today. consolidating very well. And in the final over, when one would have expected that Richa Ghosh would have gone hammer and tongs, she went all the way downtown, smacking Sophie Molyneux for 3 big sixes. Of course, the third of those sixes was actually, should have been a catch, but it was palmed over the rope. And I just wonder if those drop catches will come back to haunt Australia in the end. 3 drop catches. For now, though, from the first 3 balls of this over from Renika Thakur, it's been a dot ball, a single, and a dot ball. 4th delivery. Let's see what she does here. And you can see right now that she's worked really hard to make sure she's maintaining the line. Slanting it across the batswoman. Not going down leg. I think clearly she knew that when she went down leg, she was having some problems. And with her knock, of course, Smriti Mandhana has risen to 3rd in the list of the highest run scorers for the tournament. 3 behind Darcy Carter, who's already been eliminated, of course, with Scotland. But Danny White-Hodge sitting top of the tree with 282. And once again, that is the line you want to bowl, and that is wonderfully done by Renika Thakur. Phoebe Litchfield, of course, trying to play that shot through the covers, but only succeeding in finding the extra cover fielder, who was also, you could say, standing near mid-off. Last delivery of the over. And some improvisation there from Litchfield, who was trying to play the sweep, but not really getting anywhere near enough bat on that. And that's another dot ball. Brilliant over that from Renika Thakur. And that brings Australia back down from 11.5 to 8 and over. And they need 147 more runs from remaining 17. There's Shefali Varma, part-time off-spinner, bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Beth Mooney. And it's a dot ball to start. Just what India would want. Basically anything to sort of stop the flow of runs and stop Australia from completely running away with it. So Harmanpreet keeping the Aussie batswomen guessing. And hoping to get a single, but some excellent fielding off her own bowling from Shefali Varma. Played a big role with the bat today. It's now doing her bit with the ball. Interesting little action she's got there. Sort of kind of a windmill arm action, that, but it's effective so far. Still around the wicket to Beth Mooney, and this time Mooney is able to play that down to mid-on for a single. Now, these dot balls and singles are going to do India a world of good, especially after the start they had, start that Australia had in the first 2 overs, specifically the second over, where Kranti Gaud was taken apart in the end. Litchfield once again hoping to try to An expansive shot, but once again only finding mid-off. So that's another dot ball. This is great stuff from the India bowlers. If you're a South African fan, I know that you are not going to be happy with this, but you've got to say that India are playing some very smart cricket at the moment, and last 10 balls have yielded only 2 runs. Make that 2 from 11. Another expansive cut finds its way to the point fielder. And Australia do have a bit of work to do. Two wickets from the last 11 balls. 2 runs, I should say. My bad. And Phoebe Litchfield trying to take matters into her own hands, playing what was a switch hit where the grip was switched to that of a right-hander. And once again, no response. So 1 run off that over. This is fine, fine stuff from the Indian bowlers so far. Australia 25 for 1 with 16 overs remaining, and the run rate has dropped alarmingly to just over 6 and over. They still need another 146 more runs. Already we've got a couple of comments here. Shush saying, let's go Australia. A massive over needed. Well, they had a couple of massive overs at the beginning, but since then they've been sort of held back a bit. And Australia behind in the score comparison as Renika Thakur begins her 3rd over. And that is an expansive shot played down towards deep extra cover, but instead of a boundary, Australia only get 2. So Beth Mooney there with the shot, and that will ease the pressure a little bit. You could say that no, there wasn't really a misfield. She had to make sure that she got saved the boundary first. Did that well enough. And as you said, yes, it is a great comeback after the first 2 overs. Fine shot from Beth Mooney all the way down to mid-wicket. That'll be a boundary. Dropped a little bit short there, I think, by Thakur, and Beth Mooney saying thank you very much indeed. And useful runs, of course, because they definitely do not want to be tied down and forced to, play even more circumspectly against the Indian spinners. I know Shafali Verma has started, but you will definitely see Deepti Sharma and Sri Chalani, Nalapur Reddy, maybe Radha Yadav and 1 or 2 others in action later. But for now, though, it's Renika Thakur, right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Litchfield, who tries to, no, still with Mooney, actually, not with Litchfield. And he plays that all the way to backward point. Another dot ball. And some shots there of the groundspeople using the heavy roller for Australia in their batting. A wonderful game of chess so far. Anytime Australia play India, you will see some really, really, really thinking cricket, it must be said. Poor delivery that, and that was very nearly a catch, but I think a much taller fielder might have possibly sprung up to get that, and Mooney ends up guiding that all the way to deep backward square leg for a boundary. But you can see it sort of slipped really out of Thakur's hands. Swept there by Mooney, and fielder over there made a wonderful effort to try to snag it one-handed, but was just short, literally and figuratively. India is still doing their best to keep the pressure on Australia, and Australia having to find some innovative ways to try to keep the scoreboard ticking. And as I say, that Mooney plays a single all the way down to deep cover for a single, getting Phoebe Litchfield on strike to face the final ball. We are still in the power play, and if you compare and contrast at this particular point, there's not that much difference between India and Australia, but Australia have lost that early wicket. So no opening partnership. Phoebe Litchfield does like the reverse sweep and has scored more than 250 runs with that shot. A more orthodox sweep down to mid-wicket for a single to end the over. And after 5 overs, Australia 37 for 1. More successful over, you could say. Still in need of 134 more runs from their 15 overs, just under 9 and over. So whenever there's a dot ball or whenever there's an over that's very economical, all that does is increase the run rate, the required run rate, and put more and more pressure on the batsmen. And so in turn, they are going to have to make sure that they are prepared to really go all out. But having said all of that, India did have a slow innings of their own, and it was only when Harmanpreet Kaur went hammer and tongs in that final over that they got to the total they wanted. Shefali Verma over the wicket to Phoebe Litchfield and plays that expertly back over the bowler. I think it hits the rope straight, so that will be a 6. It's not a very good start for Shefali Verma. Deciding to go over the wicket, but bowling that in the slot. Litchfield smart enough to come down the track and get to the line of the ball, and immediately Shefali has to go around the wicket, and that is swept all the way to fine leg, but that should be cut off by Renuka Thakur. They do run for 2, though, and so Shefali has to be careful. In fact, umpire Williams signals that leg buys. So not runs off Litchfield's bat, which will be a bit of a relief, but and a nice little reverse sweep there from Litchfield, which goes all the way to near the point boundary, and they do run for another 2. So 10 runs off the over so far from 3 balls. And you can see there it's a switch hit more than anything else. Kevin Peterson would approve, if you know, you know. And that's a very precious dot ball as far as India are concerned. Shefali Verma being asked to sort of come in quite early in this power play. And so in the next overs, when the field can be spread out, we will see the likes of Deepti Sharma and Sri Chandni Nalapareddy in action. That is sort of tipped all the way to mid-wicket for single. Very interesting look that for Matthew Hayden, the cowboy hat. And batsmen run the single off the final ball. Swept by Beth Mooney, who should retain the strike for the next over. And at the end of the power play, Australia have taken the initiative, 12 more runs off this over, which means that they are now 49 for 1. They need another 122. So obviously, the more overs they have like this, the better. It is still close to 9 and over the required rate, but if they can keep, putting more pressure on the Indian bowlers, they will definitely end up benefiting in a very big way. Notifications on the phone. A bit bored with this. We already have a comment here. Yeah, I'm talking about the required run rate, not the current. And actually, after 6 overs, they are going at 8 and over, but they still need to have a few more overs like that. And once the Indian spinners do come in, you would think that maybe they will try and have a big say in proceedings. Yep, I'm glad you got that straight. And as I speak, it is Sri Chadni Nalapureddy who comes into the attack. Left arm spinner bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Beth Mooney. And she doesn't quite get that aerially, but she does play that towards long on, and Kranti Garg is able to respond with a powerful throw, and that is the 50 up for Australia. Sri Chadni, of course, is also the leading wicket taker in the tournament with 12 so far. Ooh. Well, Litchfield there once again trying to reverse sweep, but completely missing it. And she actually sort of played it onto her body in a way. Rather awkward there. Dot ball. And lofting that all the way over to long off and getting 2 as reward. So this is going to be a very interesting phase because now the spinners are going to come in, the field is going to be spread, and Australia are going to have to be really on the lookout for any bad balls that they can try and put away. But with the field also spread, you know, it's not going to be very easy for the Aussie batsmen. For delivery of the over. And once again, I think there's well, she completely missed the reverse sweep there, and there was an appeal for an LBW. Could very well be that Litchfield got some bat on that, which saved her. No, she didn't get any bat on that because it's been signalled a leg by. Was there any merit in the shout for LBW? I suppose one advantage of converting yourself into a right-hander is that when the ball ends up pitching that way, it's sort of to the leg side of the right-hander, so you avoid being at LBW. And Beth Mooney is able to guide that down to mid-wicket for a single. Deep mid-wicket, you could say. Decent over so far in comparison to the last few. 50 partnership between these two players of 41 balls. Litchfield easily the main contributor here. And she goes down the track, but she holds out. Hoping to find the long off boundary, but the vice-captain, Smriti Mandana, is there. And she takes a fine catch. And Australia lose their 7th wicket, the 2nd wicket. Last ball of the over. Never really got the distance she wanted. A fine catch taken there by Smriti Mandana. Litchfield goes to 24 off 25 with 2 fours and a 6. Threatened to get going, but ending up holing out. Australia 54 for 2 with 13 overs remaining. Still needing another 117 runs at exactly 9 and over. And you're right, Shush. I think I wouldn't necessarily call it a stupid shot, but should have hit that with a little bit more, more bat if she wants to clear the fielder. And she couldn't do that. .54 for 2 after 7 overs. Run rate slightly below 8. This is also more or less where India were, but India hadn't lost a wicket by then. Well, here's the thing. I mean, whoever wins this particular match will play England in the semis, but I think obviously Australia will remember how South Africa beat them in the semi-finals of the last tournament in the UAE. And Deepti Sharma to the attack. Off-break bowler. Right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Beth Mooney, who is taking strike, while Elise Perry, the new batswoman, is at the non-striker's end. And you can see there, Smriti Mandana running across, covering ground brilliantly. Taking that catch, had that well under control. And this is always going to be the danger for Australia now, because they will have periods where they score quite well, but then they lose a wicket in between. And so India know that if they can bowl a few good deliveries, they can always get the batswomen out. So if India do go on to win this, and they play England in the semis, England are going to have to watch out. They're going to have to watch out. And that is played on the up. It doesn't find the fielder, though. It just evades Sri Chadani over at long on, and that will be a welcome boundary. So Elise Perry, the veteran, gets off the mark in the best way possible. Coming onto the bat quite nicely. Not really maintaining the line is Deepti Sharma. And not the best delivery you would want to bowl to a new batsman. 3 deliveries left. What does Deepti do? And that is, well, in the end, you've got to say that was a well-played shot back towards the bowler, and it just goes underneath her, and they run a single. Deepti Sharma, of course, with that 5-wicket call against Pakistan for 10 runs. The best bowling figures in the tournament. Behind her is Sri Chadani Nalapa Reddy with 4 for 19. That's a sweep shot played there by Beth Mooney, all the way to square leg. Single. So Australia definitely need to maintain some composure. Losing wickets at this stage would be almost fatal for them. Perry plays that down to deep back with square leg for a single, so she will retain the strike. And after 8 overs, 8 from this over, Australia 62 for 2. And they still need another 109 runs. Still at 9 or over 9 and over. And that's not what Australia will be hoping for. The big question is, how does Harmanpreet Kaur rotate her attack? She's already given Renika Singh Thakur 3 overs. She might give her an over near the end. Sri Chudley back into the attack. This time round, the wicket to the right-handed Elise Perry. Perry plays that all the way down to deep mid-wicket / mid-on for a single. And Women's Cricket Week continuing as we take a trip to the Gambia. More and more ladies, especially this time in the African continent, being encouraged to take up the game. You'd love to see it. Do please check out T20worldcup.com/Women's Cricket Week to find out more. Sri Chudley over the wicket to the left-handed Beth Mooney. And she sends that down the ground all the way to long on for a single. So singles and dot balls will suit India fine, but they would love wickets. And as you can see there, there's a contrast between the run rates. A gap of nearly 1.5 between the current and the required rate. But that's going to help a great deal. Elise Perry playing that beautifully through the covers. Under the fielder. And that goes for 4. Not the best piece of fielding there, and I think is a substitute fielder who tried to stop that going to the boundary and couldn't do it. But a shout for LBW. Maybe she got some bat on that, or maybe that was going down the leg. Don't know if the wicketkeeper, Richard Koch, was confident in that. 2 deliveries to go. What does Sri Chudley do? You can see there an attempt to play that, but only finding the backward point fielder. That's a dot ball. Last ball. And once again, Perry trying to go down the track, but not really getting to it. And that's a fine over as far as India are concerned, only 6 runs from it. So that takes them to 68 for 2. With 11 overs remaining. And of course, the significance of that is that it reduces their own run rate slightly further. Still above 7 and over, more or less, but they still need to keep their composure, and they need to start hitting, finding the boundaries. But you've also got to say right now that this has been a wonderful display of captaincy from Harmanpreet Kaur, telling the bowlers to bowl to their field, and they haven't been able to find any edges behind to the third man region. And Beth Mooney trying to hit out, but skying that to Radha Yadav at mid-on, and that's another wicket for India. And Australia are in all sorts of trouble. Deepti Sharma once again bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. Only succeeding in slicing that, Beth Mooney. And Radha Yadav making no mistake. The Indian spinners are coming to the party. And pooping Australia's. 22 off 20 for Beth Mooney. Started well, but just couldn't get going, and can keep going, I should say. And so Australia 68 for 3, 10.5 overs remaining. South Africa staring down the barrel of elimination, unless the middle order can conjure up something magical. I think you've got to give credit to the Indian spinners for keeping them on a tight leash. Ashley Gardner coming to the crease, and her first ball is played back to the bowler. Deepti Sharma still continuing over the wicket with her off-break bowling. And so now there are two right-handed batswomen at the crease, both of them quite experienced. Ashley Gardner is certainly more of an all-rounder who can bat very well. Gardner gets off the mark, plays that down to mid-wicket for a single. And you're absolutely right, Shush. This is definitely India's to lose. At this particular point, there isn't really that much difference between both teams at their respective stages, but fine shot there by Elise Perry, but that goes straight to the fielder. That'll only be a single down at long on. Radha with a throwback. And you can see now the impact of the well spread out field. The Aussies have just not been able to find the runs. Bowling has also been really good in that even with the gaps behind the wicketkeeper, a third man and fine leg, the Aussies have not been able to get in the edges. And there's the Mexican wave. The Indian fans at Lord's are absolutely loving it. And that's a fine delivery into the block hole from Deepti Sharma, played down to mid/long on, and Radha Yadav tidies that up. So, at the midway point, I would even go so far to say, no, actually at the midway point, India was 74 for 1. Australia is 72 for 3. So in terms of runs and wickets, they are slightly behind. And the biggest consequence is that the required run rate has now gone up to very nearly 10. 99 more runs with 10 overs remaining, or 99 more runs with 60 balls remaining. Each over has 6 balls. 10 times 6 is 60. Simple arithmetic. And Radha Yadav comes into the attack, another left-arm spinner. Quite different to Sri Chalani, but also quite experienced as well. Been around the block for a bit. And they pinch a single off the first ball of the over, which is, of course, around the wicket. So, as you can see, Harmanpreet Kaur in complete command. Everything's gone brilliantly so far for her today. And still around the wicket to the right-handed Ashley Gardner. A little bit wide, but not very well played by Gardner, and finds the fielder over there at extra cover. I want to thank you for this update, Shush, because I mean, what an absolute! I really don't know why. I mean, is he going to now effectively retire immediately? I mean, he's just come back as captain, for Pete's sake. Could have been a disciplinary decision. It could very well be. I will find out more about that right now from BBC Sports. And in the meantime, Radha Yadav still continuing, and Elise Perry only able to find the cover fielder. That'll be a dot ball. And that is a brilliant shot played through the covers, bisecting the cover and extra cover fielder. That'll be a welcome boundary, but listen, Australia need a lot more than this. The run rate has gone up now to 10 and over. And they need a lot more. They need much, much more. And this time there is some protection with the point fielder deep. It is played to point. And 7 runs off the over. Australia 79 for 3. Need 92 runs from 9 overs or 54 balls. And now the required run rate is officially over 10 and over. So the Indian spinners doing their jobs wonderfully and vindicating Harmanpreet Kaur's decision to bat first. I will say, though, that if there is to be a choice of player of the match, it has to be Harmanpreet Kaur. Wonderful innings. Went completely berserk near the end, dragging India to that competitive total. Marshalling the troops magnificently as Shafali Verma comes back with the attack, and her first delivery is played down to mid-on for a single. And a record attendance for today's match, 27,163. So that is the highest for the tournament. But of course, it's Australia versus India, so not really a surprise. And Ash Gardner plays the second ball down to deep mid-wicket for a single. And yes, of course, the highest ever attendance for a Women's T20 World Cup group stage match. But there's so much jeopardy riding on this, obviously. You've got your Indian fans, you've got your Aussie fans, and of course, the South African fans will be cheering on their old enemies from the Antipodes. This time, though, there is an edge, but it's not a very powerful edge, and it's just the one with Renika Thakur preventing that from going to the third-man boundary. So Elise Perry has done well so far, 21 off 16, but she is going to have to start really playing some powerful shots. And Ash Gardner playing that shot down to mid-wicket for another single. And so the win predictor now says that India have a 63% chance of winning this. And just another reminder that if India do win this match, they will enter the semi-finals and play England. And that's a fine shot there, but that should be cut off before it reaches the boundary, and the batswomen should be able to run a comfortable 2. Easy 2, which keeps Elise Perry on strike, so 6 runs off the over. If they do get a boundary, it will be welcome. And Kranti Garg there doing some fielding. That's a fine throw, which actually hits the wicket. But in the last 20 balls, Australia have only scored 17 runs. So they put themselves in all sorts of trouble as Elise Perry plays that down to point for a dot ball. And so with 48 balls remaining, Australia have only added 6 runs from this over. So they're 85 for 3. They need another 86 more runs. So they haven't even gotten halfway to their target yet. I know that a lot of South African fans are not going to be very happy with this, but you've just got to put your hands up and say that Harmanpreet Kaur has played the perfect match so far. Everything that could go right has gone right, except for that. Radha bowling left arm round the wicket to Ash Gardner, who smites that over long off for a boundary. Actually, not over long off. That is all the way over deep cover for a boundary. So shimmying down the track, getting to the ball, slightly elevated, but away from the fielder. And so Australia will need a lot more of that. Still bowling over the wicket, around the wicket, I should say, but this time She goes leg side, does Ash Gardner, and smacks that for 6 all the way over cow corner. 2 balls, 10 runs. Australia need a lot more of that, and Radha Yadav is under pressure. Dropping it short. Ash Gardner needed no second invitation. Third ball. What does Radha Yadav do? That's how you respond. Bowl a bit fuller, cramp the batswoman for runs, for room, I should say. And then in the end, Ash Gardner plays that back to the bowler. So, great start from Australia to this over, but they're going to need a lot more than that, definitely. And a somewhat looser delivery, which is played all the way down to deep extra cover. That'll be just a single, and that brings Elise Perry on strike. Sri Chudney there, the fielder. And Radha Yadav starting to be a little bit expensive, but still continuing manfully. And that is a fine shot played past point fielder there. And that shot brings up the 100 for Australia in the 13th over. And this has been a brilliant over for Australia so far. 15 from it. Nicely played all the way to point. Splitting the field, and no one is going to get that. Harmanpreet Kaur is not happy. Last delivery, still wide, and this should find the fielder, but they do run for 2, so a wonderful over for Australia in the scheme of things. 17 from it. They get to 102 for 3. With 42 remaining. Still needs 69 more runs. Of course, the impact of that particular over is the required run rate has now dropped to just above 9 again. And it could very well be that after this over, Radha Yadav might be taken out of the attack. The last thing that Harmanpreet Kaur would want to do would be to give the Aussie batswomen any hope of coming back into this. As Deepti Sharma comes back into the attack, very well bowled, cramping the batswoman, and all that Ash Gardner can do is play that down to mid-wicket for a single. Mariazan Cap and Tasman Brits looking on with some consternation. That's played all the way down to long on for another single by Elise Perry. You know, I enjoy doing this, but, you know, I only wish I could hear what's being said in the commentary box, especially when you've got Matthew Hayden in there. And that's a well-run 2. Keeping the scoreboard ticking, of course. Gardner still on strike, but playing a good supportive foil for Elise Perry. The partnership currently 38 off 26. And once again, another single down to mid/long on. 64 from 38 balls now. So once again, singles will suit India fine, but they will want to make sure they crank up the pressure on the Aussie batsmen. 2 balls left in the over. And that is lofted. I think that should find the fielder. No, it doesn't, but great work there from Radha Yadav to prevent a boundary. And the Aussie batsman run 2 with Jemima Rodrigues tidying up with the throw. Last ball of Deepti Sharma's over. She's bowled 2 so far, and this will be her 3rd completed over. And fine piece of fielding there. I mean, fine piece of captaincy, so to speak. Elise Perry trying to play the sweep shot, but only finding the short fine leg fielder. And so after 14 overs, with the final 6 overs left, Australia are 109 for 3, needing another 62 more runs from 36. And now, a consequence of that, the required run rate is now back above 10 and over. So it's at a similar crossroads now that Australia are at, especially compared to India. And again, if we take a look at the scorecard, Deepti Sharma, Shefali Verma, and Renuka Singh have already bowled 3 overs each. Sri Chudney has 2 left. Radha Yadav has 2 left, although I don't think she'll be brought back into the attack. Kranti Gaud, of course, came in to the side, replacing Nandini Sharma, but she was taken for 12 off her first over. Will Harmanpreet Kaur trust Kranti to bowl some overs at the death? It remains to be seen. Huge game of chess going on, of course, and Australia now, with those 2 experienced batswomen, are now going to have to figure out how to really start scoring. It was ironic, of course, that both Jemima Rodrigues and Harmanpreet Kaur came to the conclusion that one of them had to retire out to bring in Richa Ghosh, but in the end, all Richa Ghosh did was play a single in the final over, and that brought Harmanpreet Kaur to the crease, and the rest is history. Had a great end product in the end, but not as expected. And so it is Sri Chudney back into the attack. And that is swept by Ash Gardner. It just goes over the fielder at a short fine leg. And fortunately, as far as India are concerned, it doesn't find the boundary. I think Kranti Gaud was able to clean up there. And Ash Gardner, you see there, just launching that over the fielder. But they only run for a single. Still round the wicket. And once again, all Perry can do is play that down the ground to Smriti Mandana at mid/long on. Sort of elevated there, really, and wonderful effort to try to snag that, but just couldn't get it. Now 60 runs off 34 balls, so the run rate is dangerously creeping higher. And so Gardner has to go high. Has she gone long? Yes, she has gone long. A much-needed 6, smiting that over mid-wicket. Music to the Aussie fans' ears and also to the ears of the South Africans. I actually think far from going over... Yep, you can say that marginally went towards mid-wicket. Not quite square leg. It was dangerously high, but fortunately she got the distance she needed. So, Sri Chudney Nalapureddy, what do you do? How do you come back from that? It's over the wicket to Ash Gardner, but she ends up playing it towards extra cover and just drops short of the fielder there, Radha Yadav. So brings up the 50 partnership between these two players. Strike rate of over 150 combined. Over the wicket now to the right-handed Perry. And that is played all the way down to the boundary there, splitting the field between point and short third man. Not what India would have wanted. I think it's fair to say that Chudney just went a little bit wide. And to add insult to injury, it's been called a no ball. So that's 4 no balls and a free hit. This is probably where the inexperience starts to come in. The last thing you want is to be cited for overstepping. So this could very well be the over that brings Australia back into the contest. It is a free hit, and there are 2 more balls left in the over. You cannot be out of a free hit, but you can be run out. And that is played all the way down to mid/long on for a single. At least Perry there knows that she could have done a bit better with the free hit. But 15 runs off the over so far, and Australia have been enjoying this. Make that 16 with that single all the way down to long off. So Australia, 125 for 3. With 30 balls remaining. They still need another 46 runs, which means that once again the run rate is fluctuating between 9 and 10 and over, and it goes back to just above 9. Shafali Lubba back into the attack. Over the wicket. And Ash Gardner is able to play that all the way down to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4. So the Aussies are starting to turn on the afterburners. And what a time to do so. Second delivery is also played down to deep mid-wicket, but that will be well fielded by Jemima Rodrigues for a single, and the required run rate is now down to below 9. So India need to get back to bowling dot balls, and Ash Gardner, you see there again, spin, loves playing on the onside. Nearly 50% of her runs, and that's a poor misfield there at point. And is that going to cost India as it goes to the boundary? Yes, it is. So India now starting to crack. Kranti Garg was brought back into the team ahead of Nandini Sharma. And ironically, she could be the person who costs India the game. Poor fielding there. Not getting her body behind the ball at all. You've got to get your body behind that. You've got to get your body behind that. And so it's decreased to 37 off 27. Certainly very doable from an Australian point of view. Or should I say a South African point of view. Maybe the Australians will be able to do what South Africa couldn't quite do. And that is chase with authority. South Africans struggled against Bangladesh, it had to be said, earlier on today. I think Kranti God is being treated at the moment, so once again there'll be a sub-fielder on the field. And Ash Gardner plays that all the way down to deep mid-wicket for yet another single. 35 off 25 now. It's all going so well for Harmanpreet in India, but is it about to slip away? "12 runs from the over. 4 overs remaining. Australia are 137 for 3. Gaining in confidence. They're peaking at perhaps the right time. Well, the first ball of this over was played for a single. It looks as though it will be seen back into the attack. Renika Thakur. And that's played back towards the bowler. And was there an opportunity for a run out at the non-striker's end? Hard to say, but the run rate now is exactly 9, 33 off 22 left. And probably should have released the ball, but a little bit quicker. But I think it's fair to say that Ash Gardner was always in control of that. But that's high in the air. Does that have distance? Yes, it does. And that is a hammer blow as far as India are concerned, because that's been sent back for 6 by Ash Gardner. So both these two set batswomen are into their 40s, and that is a fine, fine shot. A little bit short there from Thakur, and Gardner getting to the pitch of that perfectly and sending that back over the ropes. It was all going so swimmingly for India, but now they're starting to crack. Can Australia take advantage of this and send India packing? 3 deliveries to go. Renika Thakur over the wicket. That's played down too long on. That'll be a single. Singles can help, but all they will do is ramp up the pressure on the bowlers now. This is, of course, Renika Thakur's last over. She's got 2 balls left to try to make some kind of an impact. And that is a fine shot. And that goes all the way to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. So Australia are starting to run away with this. And that shot takes Elise Perry to 49, not out from 31 deliveries. And Australia themselves are on 149 for 3. Right in the slot. Well timed. Well picked. No protection. And that's 4. I think it's fair to say that the relative inexperience of the Indians is letting them down in a big way, and that's a perfect exhibition of that. The ball slips from Renika's hand, and that will be called a wide and also a no ball. An attempted back of the hand slower ball, which is a little bit, not only is it wide, but it's also over the waist. So that'll be a free hit for Australia, and that brings up Australia's 152. And that's back down the ground. That's 4. So 17 runs off the over. Australia 154 for 3. And that also brings up Elise Perry's 50 off 33 balls, a strike rate of over 160. Australia needs 73 more runs, 17 more runs, I should say, to send India packing. And with 18 balls remaining, I think you've got to say the match is now over as a contest. It was going so well for India, but this is why you can never, ever count out the Aussies. And Deepti Sharma back into the attack. That's played all the way down to the deep mid-wicket boundary, and they should be able to run for 2. Nicely played that by... actually, they just won the run the 1. Played by Ash Gardner, but that brings Elise Perry on strike. And so, having scored her 50, she might now be in a bit of a hurry to finish this match as a contest. Once again played down to deep mid-wicket, but Jemima Rodrigues, old reliable, limits it to a single. Still over the wicket. An attempted scoop there, and that actually should evade the short fine leg fielder. That should also go to the boundary. If she she pulls it back inside, but they could still potentially run for 3. Or is that just 2? Because it could very well be that they actually do run 4. Or maybe that was signaled at 4. Well, that is really tough. I mean, some excellent fielding there, but the batswomen still run for 4. Certainly no boundary signal from the umpire, but that means that Ash Gardner is now on 47. A boundary will take her to 50. For now, though, she'll be stuck on 48. But with 10 off 14, it really is all over. And you have to feel in many ways for India, who did a lot of good things today, but just cracked under the pressure when it got a bit higher. And again, this is why you can never count Australia out. And India will definitely look back on their loss to South Africa in the group stage and say that was where they lost it. 9 off 13. All over by the shouting, it has to be said. Narizan Kapp there, who was, of course, the match winner against India, affording to crack a smile. Gardner finds the long off boundary, and that is her 50. Another brilliant knock under pressure. That should pretty much seal it as a contest. So it's exceptionally sad news from an Indian perspective. But there was always going to be a big risk in this group of death that one of the three teams would be going home. If not Australia, it had to be between South Africa and India. I think South Africa's experience just told in the end. Penny for Harmanpreet Kaur's thoughts. Will she last much longer as India captain? Sri Chudley back into the attack, bowling left arm over the wicket to the right-handed Elise Perry, who plays that for a single to get Ash Gardner back on strike. Both batsmen scoring 50s, and you can see Danny van Niekerk there, Cap's partner, also enjoying it. 11 balls to go, 4 runs needed. Once again, there's no protection behind the wicketkeeper. So one edge behind for 4. And India will be done for. And that is smacked all the way to long off, who runs all the way to mid off to retrieve that. 3 off 10. And that shot also brings up the 100 partnership between these two players. 100 off 57. A little bit under 200 strike rate combined. A match-winning partnership in every sense of the word. Dot ball played down to backward point. So fortunately for Australia, those 3 dropped catches near the end of the innings did not prove costly, but you can see the desolation on the faces of the India team. And although Elise Perry has just holed out to Shefali Verma, the lack of celebration pretty much sums it up. Playing that a bit high, but not getting any kind of distance on that. Shefali Verma takes the catch, but no celebration at all. Australia need 3 more runs from 8 balls. Elise Perry departs for a brilliant innings of 56. Of 38 deliveries. 8 fours in her knock. But I think Ash Gardner might also go down as the player who really took the initiative away from India with a fine knock of 53 off 29. 3 fours and 3 sixes. Georgina Wareham is the new batswoman, I should say. And then she dabs that all the way down to Shefali Verma. That'll be a dot ball. And that is played back beyond the bowler, and that is how you wrap it up. Comprehensive in the end. Six balls remaining. And so they need no more runs. They have overhauled India's set target of 171. And with this particular result, this means that Australia have won this match by, whoops, not 7 wickets, but 6 wickets. Little oversight there. And they have officially knocked India out of the tournament. It was a valiant match played in the right spirit, and you can see Harmanpreet Kaur is absolutely disconsolate. she looks certainly, certainly strong on the outside, but inside she will be hurting. The victorious 50-over World Cup winning captain was not quite able to lead her team to the semi-finals of this World Championship, and they exit the group stage, going down fighting, you could say, but in the end just losing out to a class Australia team and also losing out to South Africa earlier on. And yep, an absolutely brilliant chase, 11 and over, so to speak. They did it magnificently. You've got to give them the credit they deserve. So this is, of course, the headline. Australia needed 171 runs to win the game from 20 overs at 8.55 and over. They overhauled that with an over to go, 6 balls remaining, scoring 172 for 4. So they ended up winning by 6 wickets, and they knocked India out of the tournament, which now means that South Africa will qualify for the semi-finals and will play against the host nation, England, at the Oval, and we will confirm the dates for that very, very soon. Very, very quickly, I should say. And as for Australia, they will have a match-up against Hayley Matthews, West Indies, who finished runners-up to England in Group B. And that semi-final will also be played at the Oval. We will confirm the dates very, very quickly. There will be some way to go before the player of the match is decided. Not too sure who that will be. It could very well be one of Ash Gardner or Elise Perry. None of the bowlers were necessarily impressive, apart from maybe Sophie Molyneux, and she was also taken to the cleaners in the last over. Now, of course, I will, talk about some news that was mentioned by Shush earlier on concerning the England men's cricket captain, but we do have a lot to digest over here. So Elise Perry and Ashley Gardner, with a match-winning partnership, taking Australia home after Harmanpreet Kaur had threatened to, bat Australia out with a fine innings of 56 off 27. Perry took 11 more balls, but her innings was a little bit more decisive, as was Ash Gardner's, definitely. And in the end, although the bowlers did try their best, certainly gave it their all, I think there was a bit too much pressure put on them in the end. Kranti Gaud being brought back into the team was a little bit of a mistake. In hindsight, her single solitary over went for 12. Radha Yadav proving also to be quite expensive from her 2 overs. And the no balls also increasing as the bowlers overstepped. And the player of the match is actually Elise Perry. From Australia. Okay, so this is, of course, the headline. This is officially the highest successful run chase in women's T20 World Cup history. And it was all made possible by a brilliant partnership between player of the match Elise Perry and also Ashley Gardner, who contributed with a 50 of her own. So heartbreaking from an Indian point of view, obviously. And I think India obviously going to take a look at where they possibly went wrong. Could they have perhaps brought Richa Ghosh in with a few overs to spare rather than bringing her in at last over? Did the Indian bowlers let the pressure off a little bit in the middle overs? Was there anything more that Harmanpreet could have done as a captain? It's almost as if when you have a rather inexperienced bowling lineup, there will be some loose deliveries, there will be some no balls, and it's absolutely heartbreaking from an Indian point of view. And although there is some young talent which points to a bright future, you wonder about some of the stalwarts who have given their all. And certainly in the case of Harmanpreet Kaur, who, like Elise Perry, has played in all 10 editions of the T20 World Cup on the women's side, you wonder if she still has one or two more tournaments in her at her age. So it's absolutely heartbreaking again, but once again, you've got to take your hat off to Australia for the way they played, the way they sort of marshaled their chase. And they just had a lot more experience despite having a rather young captain. And of course, India will look back on that clash against South Africa and say that was where they lost it. Been a lot going on today, and certainly a lot going on independent of this match. But we do have a few more snips to a few more components to talk about. Obviously, Elise Perry talking about how it was important that they got a partnership going, and I think deep in their heart they knew that they bowled exceptionally well. Just unlucky to have conceded that many runs off the final over, but they knew that if they got a partnership going and found boundaries on a regular basis, they were able to make it happen. And obviously that partnership of over 100 sort of broke India's back, and they were never really able to recover from that. A 100-run stand for that fourth wicket between Elise Perry and Ashley Gardner from 59 balls. Excellent strike rate, of course. And so disappointment, of course, for the India fans watching in India, and also the diaspora watching in the UK, especially the many India fans who turned up at Lord's to watch this iconic clash. Definitely a clash which brings about a great deal of exciting, thrilling, at times intelligent, at times a little bit a bit too much pressure cricket. And of course, with the youngsters in the Indian team, I think they just cracked more than anything else. Former India bowler Julan Goswami, another former India captain, is also a TV analyst for Star Sports in India, along with former India wicketkeeper Sabah Karim. Of course, penny for their thoughts. I think there'll be a lot of disappointment, but these are the things that sort of come along with the territory. Yeah, basically, Elise Perry specifically saying that they wanted to target the first 2 balls of every over and get the boundaries, which is what they did. And when you attack the first 2 balls, you put pressure back on the bowlers. Great tournament so far. Every venue's had a great atmosphere. The cricket's been very competitive. 2 more big games to go, the semi-final and hopefully a final from an Australian point of view. Focus will be on the semi-finals first. And I'll tell you what, if I were England, and I am, of course, an England fan, I might be breathing a sigh of relief that I'm not facing the Indian spinners, but South Africa will definitely not be easy in the other semi-final. And, of course, Australia against West Indies. I think the West Indies have shown a great deal of vulnerability, especially with that loss to Ireland in their final group encounter, which put them briefly under the behind the 8 ball until England thrashed New Zealand quite comfortably and ensured that the White Ferns' defence of their title was short-lived. And this is, of course, India's second consecutive early exit from the T20 World Cup. They are still, of course, ODI world champions, and that will always and forever be a huge feather in Harmanpreet Kaur's cap. The first Indian women's captain to win a world title. You just wonder for her whether or not it's a case of, too many miles off the clock. Is it too draining for her? And we are going to hear from her right now. Okay, so that was Sophie Molyneux saying that basically they bowled quite well despite not taking too many wickets in the power play. Certainly they were able to take some power play wickets earlier in the tournament, but this time around I think the partnership was too good. But all they had to do was just, be patient and they could sort of reel them back in. A bit disappointing, of course, to concede some late runs at the end, especially from her own final over. But, they obviously got that partnership going. They kept their composure and their experience told, and they ended up going through, and their reward will be a clash against Hayley Matthews' West Indies team. And that will, of course, be in 2 days' time, this coming Tuesday at 6 p.m. local time. Not 6 p.m. local time. I think it might be a little bit earlier than that. But that's going to be at the Oval. And the second semi-final will be on the 2nd of July between England and South Africa. And so basically saying that, they pretty much had the extra street smarts, the extra experience that told in the end. And as far as Harmanpreet, obviously, she's quite disappointed. I mean, now she's having a bit of a chat with one of the coaches and trying to keep a brave face, but it's a second consecutive early elimination from the T20 World Cup, and basically saying that the story of India's tournament has been their inability to play well against the better teams, and the loss to South Africa will be what has set them back in a very big way. Can't really argue too much with that, in fact, and it's disappointing from an Indian point of view, but all India can do now is try and take some learnings forward, and we still haven't really gotten any indication of whether or not she will want to continue leading the team or even playing for India. I think it's fair to say that she's keeping her focus and she's putting on a brave face, but all I could say right now is that she is quite literally one of the bravest cricketers, bravest players in the team, and if she does retire, then she will leave a very big void. But I'm sure that as a leader, Smriti Mandana will be more than ready to pick up the slack, and there is a lot of talent to help take the team forward. So it is what it is, and I'm just going to give you a summary of what happened. Of course, today, of course, was continued coverage of the T20 Cricket World Cup on the women's side with Australia against India at Lord's. India needed to beat Australia to enter the semi-finals, and when they won the toss, Harmanpreet Kaur had no hesitation in opting to bat. I think, though, they will look back on the decision to bring in Kranti Gaud and drop Nandini Sharma as maybe a mistake. She only bowled one over. Of course, maybe not bringing Richa Ghosh in much earlier might have cost them in terms of maybe an extra 10 or 20 runs. At the end, it probably would have proved to be academic anyway, given the quality of the partnership between Elise Perry and Ash Gardner. And Australia dropped Alana King and brought Phoebe Litchfield back into the team, and they ended up getting their wins. India, of course, posting 174 after 20 overs, with Harmanpreet Kaur top scoring with 56 off 27, including smacking Sophie Molyneux for 3 sixes in her final over off 3 consecutive deliveries. Of course, the third delivery was actually palmed over the road by Phoebe Litchfield. Didn't turn out to be costly, because despite being set a target of 171 runs from 20 overs, Australia ended up reaching that target in 19 overs. With 6 balls remaining, of course. And so the result is that they won the match by 6 wickets. They did lose Elise Perry near the end, but even when Shefali Verma took that catch, she didn't even feel like celebrating. So as a result, India being knocked out, South Africa qualified for the semi-finals as runners-up in Group A. They will play against Group B winners England at the Oval, and that will be on the 2nd of July. On a Thursday, and before that, on a Tuesday, Australia will play Group B runners-up the West Indies in the other semi-final. Both semi-finals will be taking place at the Oval, but this will be on Tuesday, the 30th of June, the last day of the month. And we will, of course, we will, of course, provide you coverage of that as and when it happens. And we are, I can say right now that I'm enjoying providing coverage of this particular tournament. And I will just have to answer that bell, that annoying, disgusting bell. But give me a few minutes, yeah? My apologies once again. A lot more things to discuss very soon. Okay, my apologies. I am, in fact, back. And, of course, the result, of course, is that, as I said, Australia won by 6 wickets. India knocked out the tournament, and the semi-finalists have been decided. And, of course, this is the highest successful run chase in Women's T20 World Cup history, overhauling England's successful chase of 164, which they achieved when they won the first ever World T20 Championship back in 2009 under the captaincy of a certain Charlotte Evans. Now, I am going to start wrapping things up, but there is actually a very big piece of news that I will have to share, which I've been informed of that, and I want to, of course, credit our friend Shush from the comments for this, and I will, in fact, confirm this. Benjamin Anthony Stokes, England captain, one of the heroes of England's 2019 World Cup win, has retired from international cricket with pretty much immediate effect. And I am actually going to share the full details of this, which was shared to me on WhatsApp by our good friend Hannah. So I'll just share the screen. WhatsApp. Yes, so here it is, and I will share this to you right now. It is, of course, from Cricinfo, and the news is that Benjamin Anthony Stokes has retired from international cricket, announced his retirement, and he will step down after the 3rd test. So he will not continue as captain. He will not continue as a player. The England captain, of course, told his teammates that he would be stepping down at the start of the 4th day in Nottingham. So he left the field. Yeah, Ben Stokes announcing his shock retirement from international cricket on the penultimate day of England's Test series decider against New Zealand. And his decision brings the 15-year England career and 4-year, 10 years Test captain to a close at the end of the ongoing 3rd test at Trent Bridge. Stokes told his teammates in the ECB his decision on Sunday morning before the start of play. Visibly emotional and choked up when he spoke in the dressing room, imploring his teammates to go out there and freaking give absolutely everything for another 2 days. He was given a standing ovation by England's players and coaching staff. Stokes told his teammates that the reason can wait as to why he had retired, but his decision comes quite soon after he was dropped from the 2nd test at the Oval on disciplinary grounds. He was not considered for selection for the 2nd test while the ECB and the cricket regulator investigated his celebrations following England's win at Lord's, and he was later cleared of any serious wrongdoing. He had hinted at the possibility that this test could be his last in his pre-match press conference, and Stokes was asked whether he was committed to seeing out the rest of his central contract, which actually will be running for another year until September of next year. And he said, all he said was, "I'm very clear that I'm focused on the outcome of this week." The ECB announced the news shortly before tea on the fourth day at Trent Bridge, just after Stokes had completed the 10th over of the second mammoth spell. He received a rousing ovation from the crowd when he returned for an 11, and immediately had Zach Fultz caught at second slip of the following delivery, prompting wild celebrations. He was given a guard of honour by the on-field umpires, New Zealand's batsmen, and his England teammates before walking onto the field after the tea interval, ending with a congratulatory high five and a hug from Joe Root, his close friend and predecessor as captain. I'm going to be honest. When I heard this news, I was just thinking, and I want to say thank you to Shush in the comments. I just saw that, and I was just thinking, this can't be real. I mean, obviously, I knew about the whole controversy regarding Stokes and Gus Atkinson after the first test. I knew, obviously, that he had mucked up in a big way by, breaking a curfew which he had helped set, and it just wasn't a good look in any single way. Now, whether or not the whole ramifications of this were enough to cause him to think about his future to the point of making such a drastic decision, again, that remains to be seen. What is quite evident from the second test, when Joe Root admirably stepped in and tried his best to lead the team, is that Root's days as captain are now pretty much over and done with, and more's the pity now, because with Stokes retiring, Harry Brook is now expected to step into this maelstrom and lead the team. And is he mentally ready for that? So, while I will say that Stokes is gravely at fault here for his part in creating an absolute crisis, and he should be blamed, there doesn't seem to be much doubt in my mind that he is still probably the best and only alternative to captain the team. And I am going to give you an update in that New Zealand declared their innings on 288 for 9, denying England the satisfaction of bowling them out. And the worst part is that England batting second are now 85 for 3. Ben Duckett is not out on 30. Joe Root is unbeaten on 4. They are still, of course, playing, but the scorecard from an England point of view does not make for very good reading. Daryl Mitchell was able to complete his century, finishing not out on 100, and I believe not after that. Not long after that, Tom Latham declared. Ben Sears not out on 19, providing him some good support. I mean, well, he was actually retired not out, I should say. And then Will O'Rourke was the last man out. But when, of course, O'Rourke was out on 279, nine runs later, Mitchell scored a century, and that was it, they declared. Jofra Archer finishing with figures of 453 from his 20, easily the best of the England bowlers. Josh Tongue was expensive. And surprisingly, Joe Root wasn't given a bowl after taking a wicket in the first innings. As far as England are concerned, Ben Stokes brought himself up to open and scored 30 off 20 with 2 4s and 2 6s before being caught by Daryl Mitchell off folks. Jacob Bethel, a 4-ball duck, and also, worst of all, Harry Brook, the vice-captain, brought in to try and provide some acceleration, made 21 off 9, but then also didn't last very long. So the indicators are that it might still be a very good batting pitch, but losing wickets is definitely not what you want. And Zach Fultz has taken all of New Zealand's wickets to fall so far. So this decision from Stokes leaves England in more than a bit of limbo. Harry Brook is now in an uncomfortable position where, in addition to being captain of the limited overs teams, he might also be expected to immediately take up the responsibility of being test captain. And ironically, he was overlooked for captaining the second test because during the Ashes, he also had his own disciplinary problems. I believe, in fact, in New Zealand, he was actually punched by a bouncer. So it would have made no sense to award the captaincy to another person who had his own issues with discipline after chastising the England captain for his own issues. But Root obviously not faring very successfully, despite top scoring with 74, an innings of 70 odd in the fourth innings, as England, ended up falling short. And now there will be a lot more dependency on him to try and salvage a situation, as England will be chasing a total of 373 runs. They're 90 for 3 at the moment, needing another 283, and play is still continuing at Trent Bridge in Nottingham. I think it's fair to say that Stokes has obviously let his emotions get the better of him, and while there is a part of me that understands his decision, it has now put England in a great deal of limbo, and it could very well be that because there really are only two choices to captain the England team. I don't see anyone else in this current team that can easily take up the slack. So it does look as though Joe Root will probably need to continue doing it. And personally, if I had to choose between one of these two, between both of these Yorkies, Root and Brook, I'd give it to Root. I don't care if Brook is the current limited overs captain. I think he still has a lot of work to do to become a little bit more of a responsible batsman at test level. And of course, he holed out against India at the Oval when he was needed to get a big score, and the other batsmen didn't do themselves justice. Joe Root had another second inning century, but he was expected to do too much on his own. I think the only reason why Root probably didn't enjoy his time captaining at captaining in the second test was because I think there was a bit too much pressure on him to try and take the job, and it was given to him at such short notice. I actually would let him have the job for another 1 or 2 years and then let Harry Brook take over. I just don't think that Brook is also mentally or emotionally ready for the responsibility of leading England in all 3 formats just yet. And as far as Stokes is concerned, he deserves to be remembered as one of England's greatest ever cricketers. Certainly his stats make for brilliant reading. Over the course of over 120 tests, he's scored over 7,000 runs. He's taken 250 wickets in tests. ODIs, 74 wickets and nearly 3,500 runs. Hasn't really played too much in terms of T20 international cricket, but his contribution to some of English cricket's greatest moments in this decade, and certainly the last one, should never, ever, ever be forgotten. And he was certainly a wholehearted cricketer who wore his heart on his sleeve. And during the early part of Bazball, it was just joyful stuff. England were winning test matches left, right, and centre, and he was just the talk of the town. But obviously, there were always going to be questions about his long-term fitness. Certainly, his body kept breaking down in the worst possible ways at the worst possible times. I will definitely hold him in high regard as a much better batsman than the likes of Andrew Flintoff, and certainly, you know, in terms of stats, he's done a lot more than Big Freddie, who, talented as he was, had his own demons. It's crystal clear that Stokes's demons, if they were dormant before, have now come to the fore. And the difficult thing is, although England is still a respected team, he certainly made England a lot better. But has he actually left England in a better place right now? Of course, when Joe Root resigned the captaincy, he had the look of a man who had had enough. One Test win in 17 was simply not good enough, and he no longer had the joy of captaining England, and Ben Stokes was really the natural successor. It started beautifully with 7 seasons of feasting, but then once the famine hits, you know, it hits hard. And it's kind of hard to imagine where England cricket can go from here. They're going to have to make some really harsh decisions over the next few weeks and months. And it's fair to say that with Rob Key at the helm, I'm very apprehensive of what might happen. As I've said, in the short term, I'd say to Joe, listen, we can't trust Harry Brook. He's not emotionally mature enough to handle that big of a responsibility just yet. You're the only one who can do it. And we will give you maximum support, no matter what. And for now, all I can say is, Ben, it's been wonderful. You've been a brilliant servant for England. The streets will never forget you. The crowds will never forget you. The nation will never forget you. You've left your mark. You've made us proud. And all I can say is, thank you, mate. And good luck with whatever you choose to do next. And most importantly, take care of your health. Take care of yourself. And be good to yourself, as Steve Perry famously said. And with that, I think it's been a very draining sort of day with a lot of things going on. And I am happy to have done this stream. But I also want to thank those of you who were watching this live and who also joined in the comments. And can't wait to do this all again on Tuesday as we look at the semi-finals. And they will, of course, get over by the end of next week. And it's been wonderful to follow this World Cup as opposed to the absolute sham taking place on the other side of the Atlantic. But until then, from me and the channel, just another reminder, do please like this video, do subscribe to the channel, click the bell button for notifications, and we will, of course, see you very soon. Until then, take care of yourselves, be safe, be happy. God bless all of you. And for now, I bid you adieu. Cheers.